to come up with something so diabolical to do this and actually plan it where Nancy is the target. Like, why would you even think of that in the first place? There's other things you could do if you wanted to get back at Nancy.
Did you
So,
see the thing, Patriot Pride, Adam had it on his live the other day, where a news station had released that she had called an attorney at like 7 p.m. the night, like the 31st, and had a meeting, was scheduled for a meeting on February 3rd. Did you see that? Let me see if I can find
no.
it.
And that's where, I mean, as much as like all the YouTubers like the Patriot Pride, who I've never, I've seen his channel a couple times, and other people, like we kind of need a big media to come out with information before like us YouTubers can jump on anything and go with it. So as much as like we like come out with something, nobody like it doesn't matter. Like it's not like Brian Inton's jumping on it. Unless Brian Inton breaks it, it seems like nothing's believable, right? I
Yeah.
mean, so I wish, you know, like I was thinking about it today, if like to just think about how many different things have been sent to me about look into this desert, um that, and everybody's been getting them. All YouTubers have been getting all these messages, purple flowers, and we haven't found anything still. Like there's nothing that's changed from today than 2 months ago. Like literally, not even like one new piece of information. So that's what is bringing even more mystery to it. And that's why people, I mean, we could go away and just not cover it, but it's so mysterious,
Mhm.
that if they actually released information and people actually had like an idea of what happened, they probably wouldn't be as interested because they would know in their mind this happened. But we don't know if the ransom notes are real. We don't. What do they think? What do you think the authorities think happened at this point?
Well, I think that they definitely have a developed theory, a very well evident or well researched story that they're looking into because they have so much more information than we do. There is more footage than what we're seeing. You absolutely know it for a fact. So the clues that are hidden in there, we don't know, but they do. So I think they have a very well developed theory and angle that they're pursuing. And I've said it, I mean, I keep beating a dead horse with this, but I think they know. And at this point, it's building a case. I mean, do they know who took her? Maybe. Do they know where she is? Maybe. Do they at least know what the motive is? If it's not kidnapping for ransom, maybe. But those are the big things I would expect them to leave out. Some of these little things that they're not saying, just it perpetuates the thought that they don't care. And that is what's driving everyone so insane is be well, insane isn't the right word, but it's driving us all delirious into
Frustrated.
looking for this. Yeah, we're passionate about it. And it's just more infuriating that they're not willing to at least part with some information because you can't tell me everything they have right now is a make or break for their case. I just don't believe it. I don't.
And that's where, every day that goes by. I mean, I know like yesterday I was at a SWAT situation, right? And then like this week there was another operation here in Arizona where they're going after these groups, right? Organized groups. And so to me, if it's an organized group, maybe they're, to me, whoever did this is connected to the drug world, right? Because these are the kind of people who do these kinds of things. They're connected somehow to the drug world. It might not be the cartel, but if like I think yesterday or this week they did a whole bunch of raids, and I think they arrested 47 people. And so they might need to go and infiltrate all these groups to see which one gives it up, right? Because there's got to be some organized gang, organized group that eventually either can see, hey, if I give up my guy, I'll get the $1.2 million reward. But I don't know if it's connected, but it does seem like it's a good place to start, right? Because though what type of person would do this? It's not going to be, I mean, you obviously have the lone wolf psychopath, which is, it's a small percentage, especially going after an elderly woman. So let's just cross that out. I don't think it's the psychopath, crazy, like SA guy.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think it was somebody that conspired some elaborate plan to get revenge, and taking Nancy would be revengeful. She's already lived all her life pretty much, and I'm not being negative or trying to. So as much as they're sad that she's gone, they got 84 years with her. I mean,
Yeah.
my mom didn't live to 84. So for them to say bye at this point and Nancy being 84, it might be easier than if it happened when she was 50, right? Because now,
Yes.
so I'm putting things in perspective of, as hard as it is that they don't have their mother, they got 84 years old, and they are very wealthy, right? At least Savannah is. With that wealth, you're able to get the best therapist in the world, right? Savannah, she's got the best therapist in the world. We're talking highly respected, that are telling her this kind of information, like, hey, you need to go on with your life. You got 84 years. She Yeah, you didn't get those last years. So in their mind, they can move on, right? Because they have therapy telling people. And I mean,
Let's
it's not like
hope
they
that's
move
not
on.
how they think. Let's hope that's not how they're thinking, but, we have to make
Well,
sense. That's what we do. We need to make sense of things. So we're trying to make sense of their callousness, their cold demeanor by saying hopefully they go to therapy. You know what I
that's
mean?
what it
And
is.
yeah,
So to me, the reason that we're thinking that it's callous, it's not. It's really they're being um it's just like if anyone goes to therapy, maybe it's for some other like, and they're telling, hey, practice this, don't, do this, try to not focus on this because you have to worry about your own well-being, right? As
right.
much as, so some people don't have that access to that important information. So that, to me, them acting and people thinking it's callous is more just could be that people telling them, hey, worry about, we know, you missed your mom and stuff, but you had those 84 years of good time. And and so that, and then they're telling them, hey, just leave it to the authorities, there's nothing you can do. And so to me, I mean, I would be out obviously, like screaming from the fences or from the mountaintops, like my family members missing, and organizing. But this is kind of why I think they're handling it that way.
Thank you for restating that because it sounded for a second like you were saying, well, it's okay, she's 84. But I
Oh, no, no,
understand your
no.
position. It's
Oh,
easy
no,
for
no.
us to misinterpret their actions, but if you think of it like from a humanity, like if this was my family, what would I do? And it's the same thing that happens in recovery is that it has to be one day at a time. And what you do is you just do that next thing, that next right thing. That's what they tell you. You just have to do the next right thing. So it's one foot in front of the other. And this for them, it looks different for everybody. Grieving is different for everybody. So, I mean, it's just their way of being able to keep living, surviving. It's to go back to trying to live as normal as they can. Looks different for everybody,
And they got kids. You know
right?
what I mean? So, like, I mean, everybody has lost. Well, let me not say that. Most people have lost someone important in their life, right?
Right.
And everybody reacts differently, right? And obviously, we know that. And so, um, that's kind of where, yeah, to make your point, it's not that the 84-year-old, the therapist and the therapy might say, hey, find ways to still, honor what you're feeling, but don't be involved with the searching, this, that, because leave that to the authorities is kind of what I think they're being told.
Mm.
Now, what's weird though is like there's been no like sightings of Tommaso or Annie, and no one's, not like anyone's looking for them, but like, do they even live in Tucson anymore? Are they so freaked out that they would, what could they have possibly moved out of or are they planning on a move out of Tucson? Like, would you, if this happened in your city, and then would you feel like comfortable living in that city still, or would you maybe want to move?
I I mean, depends. If I had a contribution to what happened, of course I wouldn't be afraid. Why would I move? I know what happened. If I didn't and I outwardly felt like my family was being targeted, if there was something in the ransom note that said, watch your back, you're next, which we don't know, maybe, but it depends on which scenario you're looking at. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and so I wouldn't be surprised, and if they decided to move out, right, of the city, just because it seems like they're private people. Like Savannah's obviously very out there, right? But it seems like they're private people, and like moving out of town, maybe they make a little profit on their house, and get a new house, and I don't know. I probably would stay being a guy, and like I want, but being a couple, and you saw how emotional Annie was, that it might be too much for her to handle. I'm speculating to just that pressure, especially people are know where she lives, you know what I mean? Um but we will continue. Let's see the comments. Kat says she would move. Yeah, that's the part that hurts the most, is how she passed. This is awful. Yep, and that is the worst part, is we have that vision of Nancy being kind of like, people have said, do you think she was alive or unalive when she left, or like when she was being taken out of the house, was she possibly still alive, or did it happen in the house? Nothing's been said that she's not here anymore as far as being unalive, though, other than blood. And people think the gems, I think something to do with the gems. I agree. I'm all about that, Heidi. That's one of my top theories, but for whatever reason, we don't know the details of what Nanos and all of the investigators know. But this is from February 19th. I found this one because it has Nanos and Enton head to head. So we'll finish watching this. Have you seen the Dr. Phil when he talks about Nancy Guthrie? Dr. Phil?
No, but
Okay.
I'm going to have to. Big fan. I really like him.
I got that ready next. All right. Let me know in the comments. How do you think the suspect got into the house? Um, did he have a key? Did he break down a door?
I don't know if you can answer.
Yeah, it's a good, yeah, it's a good question. There were reports of forced entry in the beginning, and then the sheriff walked that back. Eric, what do you think? I mean, we've seen the suspect at the front door. We have the video up right now, but we don't know that he went in through the front door. What are your thoughts?
No, in the limited information we have, we know that he approached the front door. The simplest method that they use is simply to knock and wait for an answer, or wait for somebody to voluntarily open the door, and then proceed to abduct or kidnap, or whatever the case. There would be if there were indications of forced entry, they would probably, be use of some sort of ramming device or some sort of device to compromise the lock. But the easiest form in which these subjects operate is just to knock on the door and to wait till they voluntarily open.
A lot of people still think Tommaso. A lot of people I know still think Tommaso. And everything is open just because we don't know. So obviously he's been cleared though, everybody, by Nanos, even though in all these cases nobody's truly cleared until they find the suspect. But maybe they're letting Tommaso and they're watching him. Obviously they have ways they can watch him, but Tommaso cannot catch a break in this case. He is always going to be pointed at, I think. And that's why it would be good. Like if people were blaming me and I didn't do it, I would be out there speaking like everybody's screaming out, you guys think I did it? I would almost be laughing at them, right? Like for him to
Yeah.
not even acknowledge that, 3 months in and people still think he's did it and he doesn't even want to come out and acknowledge that. It's bizarre.
Very.
A car of some sort was involved with the kind of the lack of care that the suspect we see walking up to the front door has. Once they were able to get their hands on Nancy and get her out, it would be a lot easier to have someone waiting for you. So, the cop part of me says, yeah, there probably was a car out front just waiting. You've been in the neighborhood with the lights out, a dark night. No one's going to see that. It's not going to look out of the ordinary at 1 a.m. in the morning. So there probably was, and hopefully that they're following up on all the vehicle leads in the area as well.
Yeah, I wondered the same thing if maybe the getaway driver was parked a block or two away and then got the call to come back. Paige, let's go to the next caller.
He could have parked in front of the house and nobody would have seen him. It's so dark. They could have parked right on the edge there. And that's why, to me, the neighbors not putting in cameras or even like turning it into like a closed gated community, the neighbors truly are dropping the ball.
Well,
I mean,
a lot of people, I don't know. A lot of people think that there is a car in the background, but I told Sleuth this the other day. It's like, those pictures, and we're always like, I don't know, I still do them as an adult, but you stare at it for a really long time and then you close your eyes and then you open them again and you see like, I don't know, some other picture and you got to keep blinking till it goes away. I think that's what we're doing with this, the photos, and because we're analyzing them so much that we're almost maybe starting to see things or think we see things that aren't necessarily there.
right. Yeah, that does happen. I mean, you can almost talk yourself into things. And even with this case and all the different theories that have come up, people can literally talk themselves into a theory. And, it's kind of like the yellow hand truck in the back. Everybody thinks that the perp went over and somehow got the hand truck in the back, like wheeled Nancy out. I mean, it's almost like you could create any scenario, I guess is what I'm saying. And then went and put the hand truck back and the FBI completely hasn't, looked into the hand truck maybe. So people think it could be the missing clue. I don't know. I don't think the hand truck has anything to do. If Nancy is being kidnapped, she's probably going to let go of all her body weight, right? She's not going to try to like help him, be like, I'm going to stand up straight on this hand truck for you. She's going to be falling over. And how the heck are they going to get this hand truck? And I know that hand truck because I have one where it folds up and it kind of turns into if it's the same hand truck, and it folds into like a cart or a dolly. So I don't know.
Well, I will say this and then I'm gonna hop off, but somebody else come up here, talk to him. He's very nice, obviously. And I got up to 217. So thank you everybody who subscribed.
Nice.
But I think what's happening in this case also is a lot of confirmation bias. If you stick to a theory, you are going to find anything that I can. Come here, baby. If you find
Ooh,
a
doggy.
theory that my coworker, she's Kinsley. But if you hi baby, yes, thank you. Um, anyways, confirmation bias. So you find a theory that you think sticks, and you are going to hang on to that theory, and you're not going to look at facts that dispute your theory and what you believe. You're going to just find facts that support it. So, okay,
Exactly. All right. Well, thanks for coming in. You make a good point.
thank
Have a
you.
good day. Catch you on the
Bye.
next one.
All right,
Hey,
bye.
we've got Don on the phone from your home state of Florida.
All right, Don from Florida. What's
Don
up?
from
What's your
Florida.
question?
Hey, Brian. Thank you so much for your passion work. We really appreciate it. I am wondering, being that I have been a psychic follower all my life, why haven't they brought in like a valid person that lives right in Arizona, like Alison Dubois or someone else?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. It's funny, Don. That's a question that I've been getting a lot on X. A lot of people are asking about it. Maureen, it might sound kind of strange, but has the FBI ever used psychics before? Is that ever considered?
Wow, that's interesting. So someone's called in and was asking Brian Inton. Now, this is from February 19th. I pulled this up because he talks to Nanos and he has a great panel, including Bob.
I'm sure someone has talked to psychics before, but a good friend of mine that's a very well-respected profiler for the FBI. He's retired now, but he said that his experience has been nothing more than, because oftentimes the family will say, speak to this psychic. And the psychic always says things like, there's a body of water within 25 miles. You'll find them within 15 miles of the railroad tracks. There's a bridge in the town. I mean, he said that they just chew up way too much manpower. And the bottom line is,
There's a photo of Nancy's garage, though. That's a pretty clear photo.
very few, if ever, have been fruitful. So I mean, as a law enforcement officer.
Oh, look, there he is. Look, he's actually putting it down. I thought the code was on the other side. I thought the keypad was on the other side. That's the first time I've noticed it's on the left side instead of the right. Watch how he pushes the code. So does he know the code?
Power, and the bottom
Who is that guy?
line is, very few, if ever, have been fruitful. So
Watch him do the code right here.
I mean, as
So this guy must have known the code.
a law enforcement officer, we
Count
feel
the
a lot
time.
more comfortable.
There you go. You got, oh, dang, we need to pull that video up. You could have timed the garage. You could time the garage.
Sticking with the traditional means and methods that we know to be tried and true.
Yeah, and you mentioned with the profilers, even though, I mean, they're not psychics, but they, in their own way, come up with theories and things for law enforcement to investigate, which is, it's an amazing science. All right, we're going to stick with me, you guys.
Yeah,
We got more callers. They're actually, the lines are blowing up.
They base
Sorry,
that on
Maureen.
science. They base that on.
And that makes sense is if this was an organized group that was looking to target Nancy for jewels, right? Her daughter was a jeweler, a jewelry maker. Nancy here in Tucson, if you're wealthy like Nancy and you live in these kinds of neighborhoods, you go and you buy jewels every year. But there was also a jewel dealer next door. Did she know the jewel dealer? But Nancy could have had a safe. Nancy could have had a safe that was filled with money. People keep money in safes. Elderly people obviously keep jewelry. The suspect needs to get a reason to get a way to get in the safe. So maybe the suspect was in the house trying to open the safe. Just like the theories everybody has about, the family doing this, these are my theories. Burglary gone wrong is my top theory still. Even though they said nothing is stolen, they don't want to tell the public that somebody was targeted and all their jewelry was stolen. They don't want to scare the public. So they could be throwing the public off and the suspect by telling us that it's not a burglary. I'm not saying I'm 100% on that, but that is my leading theory. I know a lot of people do not like that theory. They want it to be a conspiracy, revenge, a big plan, people sneaking around weeks ahead to make sure they can get Nancy. Some people think it's tied to Epstein. Some people think it's tied to, hey, the family needed money and this was the best way to do it. They got money. They just bought a $600,000 house. Nancy was targeted, in my opinion, because of burglary. Somebody said it could be a married group. Well, then that's the thing. The guy's married. If he's married, he needs to have income. If he doesn't have a job, well, he's going to meet up with his homies and they're going to do a burglary home invasion. You hear about it happening just like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago in LA. You can Google it.
On science
Right.
and the history of all these hundreds of thousands of cases. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. But I'm telling you, everybody's been asking me about the psychics. I'm not joking. Dawn wasn't the only one. It's like the main question I get in Twitter. All right, coming up next, putting the pieces together, what the detainment of a man down in Rio Rico tells us about the direction of the investigation. Plus, we'll continue to take your live calls live here in Arizona. We're right back.
All right, we are going to go switch to the Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil, I will give people a call here in a little bit. Thank you, fur babies. Dr. Phil next. If you haven't seen this, Dr. Phil talks about Nancy Guthrie case. Here we go. Shout out to Dr. Phil. The best mustache in show business. Be interesting because he does have good perspectives, I think. I don't watch him really much anymore. But this is Dr. Phil. What did he title it? These things make no sense in the Nancy Guthrie kidnapping case. Here we go. It's got his makeup on and everything.
About the latest on the kidnapping of.
Now, real quickly, just so you guys know, this is not new. This was from 3 months ago. So I'm not like breaking anything new, but I think a lot of people missed this. So we're just kind of going back, but this is from 3 months
Nancy
ago.
Guthrie, the mother of Savannah Guthrie, who I'm sure you all know from the Today Show. I do want to tell you what we know at this time, although it is changing sometimes hour to hour. The reason I'm talking about this is twofold. One is you're concerned about it just as I am. You probably feel like you know Savannah Guthrie because you've watched her so much. I do know Savannah Guthrie. I've worked with her a number of times. She's interviewed me over the years. I've spent some time talking to her off camera as we were getting ready for interviews, or we were sitting while others were doing things on the show, and we've had the opportunity to get to know one another. Let me tell you, there aren't two Savannah Guthries. She's not one way on camera and another way off camera. She's a very real, warm, genuine, authentic individual. So if you feel like you know her, you do get the real Savannah Guthrie on camera that you would get if you met her on the street or at some event or something. This obviously is a terrible, terrible time for her and her family, as I'm sure you're empathetically feeling for her. The other reason I'm talking about this is because I did choose to get trained in forensic psychology, which is psychology and the law, and that includes criminal
Wow, I didn't know that he was a forensic psychologist.
activities. And for over 45 years now, I guess, I've either been working with law enforcement, I've worked with the FBI, state, local law enforcement. I've been involved in some of these kind of cases, and I've been reporting on them a lot over the last 25 years. And this is a very unusual and disturbing case. This isn't following the pattern that kidnappings typically follow. And sadly, there are enough that there is a pattern. And data and patterns matter in these kind of situations because they help you to know how to resolve them. And there are some things that it might be of interest to you to know. Most kidnappings don't get reported, probably because the kidnappers say, don't call the police. We have your loved one, don't call the police. And most people don't want to do it. They don't want to do anything to upset the apple cart. A decision has to be made really early on. You have to make a decision what your primary objective is. Is it number one, to catch the perpetrators? Or is it alternatively to get your loved one back? And almost always, it is to get your loved one back. And those aren't necessarily the same thing all the time. If it's to catch the perpetrators, you go down a different path in trying to catch them, trap them, discover who they are, versus just getting your loved one back, which you can do without finding out who it was that kidnapped them. And that's the reason they sometimes don't call the police, or if they do call the authorities, they're very discreet about it. And oftentimes the authorities will tell them, look, you have to decide, are you willing to pay a ransom or are you not?
And that's what we are led to believe is that, I mean, Savannah Guthrie, the last piece of information that we know, is that Savannah said, as far as important information, is Nancy was taken. I just got this text message. Is that she believes that the ransom notes were real. So as we are here sitting today, if we're sitting across from Savannah Guthrie, she is under the impression that these two first ransom notes are real. So we would have to be sitting her with that kind of thought. Because she told everybody in the world, she thinks that they're real. Now, do you think she was told to say that? Because why would she let that out of the bag if it wasn't planned for her to say that? Because the FBI does not want her saying stuff that would jeopardize the case. So to me, telling the public that she thinks that those two are real could jeopardize the case. And so to me, in my opinion, is that is planned somehow, some why. We don't know why. Maybe one day, I hope to God we find why. But it could be that those ransom notes are just a ploy to throw off the suspects, to make the suspects think that the authorities are completely bamboozled. They are doing a strategy. It could be, guys.
And if professionals are involved, these things get resolved about 97% of the time. If you have insurance against kidnapping, which most people don't, of course, or you have the money to pay, then the vast majority of the time, these things get resolved and the person gets recovered unharmed. Certainly, if there are professional negotiators involved, because there is an art to this, there is a science to this. And let me assure you, there is nobody better at this than the Federal Bureau of Investigation. They have this to an absolute science. Their primary investigator, that's now retired, is a gentleman named Chris Voss, and he is the master at how to go about this.
Wow, so that guy is like the leader, is what he's saying?
If you don't have professionals involved in negotiation, the resolution drops to about 40%. If no ransom is paid, it drops to about 11%. If you're willing to pay the ransom and you've got professionals involved in the negotiations, these things usually turn out okay. And by the way, it's not like you see on television. It's not like, $50 million are paid. The average kidnapping is not a high yield crime. It's single digit thousands globally. So this isn't something that kidnappers get rich over. It's
Kidnappers get rich over. I think they were there to get rich on jewels or something else. It's hard to believe that they would want to conspire to take Nancy and that's going to get back at everybody so much. To me, thank you, Stephanie. FBI will solve this case, and that's what we're hoping for, right? They will not give up ever. There will always be someone trying to find at the FBI. But that is Dr. Phil. I don't know. I'm not really learning much from this, so I think we're gonna move on from Dr. Phil. But here is the link if you want to come and share your opinion. Let me put this link in the chat. All right, let's check the comments. While we're here, we got 3 super stickers so far, super chats. Pooya, thank you. Leanne, thank you so much. And Equo5 X5, thank you so much. Thank you, anyone hitting the like button, sharing it out. We got more stuff to go over. This is, I think, the one. Yeah, this is what I wanted to watch. Savannah Part 2. I want to hear her when she talks about I think this is the ransom note.
In the present tense.
Yeah. She is present tense to me.
So, like I was talking about, Savannah, you have to understand when you're a celebrity, not even a celebrity, but at this level of success, and you have money and you have good insurance, you get really good therapists. And working at CBS or NBC, you get even extra. They provide therapists for the reporters and the free therapy if you work at these companies. So, and the best ones too in the world. So when you're seeing this, just think that she's been through probably some therapy to come up and make sense and how to move on from here.
Feel her, or have you heard her? Any moments?
Yeah, a little bit.
Tell me about your mommy. Just tell me about her.
My mom she's incredible. She's resolute and strong. Quiet strength, quiet faith, but hard fought. She's funny and a little mischievous, I would say, in her humor. She's a noble creature. She does what's right. She walks in faith, but not a fake, pious, put on faith, but like a grounded, earthy, she fought for it faith.
When you posted Please Pray in the beginning, the ocean of love and prayers, did you feel that? Did you sense what was happening?
I do feel prayers, you know, I do. I believe that. I think she would have been just amazed, just truly amazed.
One of the images that stayed with me through all of this was you and Annie and Tommaso walking up and looking at the flowers and at the notes. As I saw that, I thought, oh, I wonder if Savannah's going inside, and what that must have felt like for you to go inside of your mom's, your childhood home, your mom's house.
Yeah, I mean, this is the house that we grew up in. It's really the only house I've ever known and remember. We moved there when I was about 4, I think. Mm-hmm. It's the house where I came home on a Friday night at 16, and my mom and sister were on the couch praying and told me that my father had died. It's the house where all of our memories are, good and bad. So it's hallowed ground. My mom loved and treasured that house. In good years and lean years, they were able to hold on to that house. That's my mom's safe haven. It was really hard to see that violated, and the terror.
Now, when she says the terror right there, so she must know something more too. I mean, do you think the family knows more about what happened inside the house? Because they have not said anything about what happened in the house. They have not said. Let's see, is DGL still out there? DGL is still out there. I think so. Yep, there he is. This is live. We're live right here. DGL. Live from a wash. Be crazy if you found something right here while we're watching. But everybody, shout out to DGL. Dad's Gone Live. Out there right now. I don't know exactly where, but it looks like he's looking in any place that it could be. Turn up the volume for a minute.
Nothing. Nothing. That's the lowest one. Nope. Nothing.
But this is what it's like all over Tucson. Hello, Anita.
Coyote poop.
I mean, I have not, as far as Cameron, I mean, he might have, being in the military, he might just have more of like a reserved personality. Some people from the military, it just might be who he is. Being a little more reserved, quiet. But let's see who we got in the chat while we're watching DGL. See if I can see where he's at.
My point, look. There's a wash right over there. And look, see all these round rocks? The water rounds the edges of the rocks as it runs over thousands of years. Someone went poop right there, and that's gross. See, we're right next to the wash. Before they put the concrete in, it probably used to flood over here. Probably brought those rocks up here. See, some of these are even rounded a little bit. All right. Go back to the car. I'm going
So
to the gas
there he
station.
is. He's out there. Keep this show going. Now, this next one is talking. We were just talking about the back door. Now, this is a little older as well. This is from a month ago, but this is an FBI expert. He talks about the back door, most likely involving multiple suspects. And so let's give this a little listen to. Now, this is from a month ago, but it is put in perspective of the back door.
Director of the Criminal Justice Institute at Wilmington University. Ray, given what we know at this point and what we just saw in Brian's piece, how do you think they took Nancy out? It looks like going out the back, you go into that rough terrain. There's no way you could carry an elderly woman through that.
I don't think that the back door was an exit. I think it was an entry.
You think that's how they got in?
I think that's how additional individuals may have been let into the home, where the one individual went in through the front. But it's, and I agree with the SWAT commander that they had to leave from the front of the home because of the blood that was found on the steps and on the porch. There's not a doubt in my mind that she left from the front, but there were entries that.
And I agree. I think the suspects went in through that back door, and then the guy that we see on the camera, the evil perps, was waiting for them to unlock the door and bring Nancy out. So he was really just kind of like a lookout and help to maybe get her to the car. But I think I agree with him. I think the suspects went in through the back and then they took Nancy out. I think a lot of people agree with that theory.
People going in from different parts of the home.
So this would prove to you, because there's been lots of speculation that a single person could not have pulled this off. Nancy was 84. She was not able to move very well. It would have been too much for one person to break into the home and carry her out.
Absolutely. You know, I listened to Savannah's interview again, and something that was very notable to me was the fact that she said her brother, who was military, was in the military and was involved in intelligence, thought that his mother was kidnapped. When I heard her say that, it raised a red flag to me that I thought, how did he come up with that idea, number one? And number two, what did he see and what did he hear that led him to believe that? And I think that's very telling.
And the brother, who has a background in the military, you say, the brother said that right away, like before anybody had given a ransom note, which happened a couple days later?
That is correct. That is what I took from the interview that Savannah said.
The timing of Savannah's interview may not be coincidental. It comes almost exactly 2 months after Nancy's disappearance.
I'll never forget, though, when those dang ransom notes started coming in, how this case turned into a huge mystery. I mean, so to me, to have them come in and somebody play that role of, I want to trick these people. So if you think that the ransom notes were not real, then somebody really had a good idea to do that. Or not a good idea, but the idea to do it really quickly. So, because I think if you guys remember, when did the ransom notes come out? I think the first ransom notes came out on like day 3 or 4 or day 5. So if it was a prank or somebody's doing something to be cruel and write a fake ransom note, that would be like, they would have to really have done it right away. And just so to me, it does have, I always leave, percentage that these ransom notes, if Savannah says they're real, they could be real. Two of them could be real. I wish the authorities could confirm that. I wish Nanos would do an interview and say, we know Savannah said that she thinks they're real, and we do agree with her thoughts, and we do think they're real too. How is that going to hurt the case? Let us know if Nanos thinks that they're real. We know Savannah said, does Nanos think that they're real still?
You know, this is a case where we have so few clues or leads to the case. Do you think, was this just an interview that she did before she returned to work? It's something she would have had to do to sort of address the tragic elephant in the room, so to speak, before going back on TV every single morning? Or do you think this was also done in conjunction with the FBI to spur more tips and information in the case?
I definitely think it was done in collaboration with the FBI. She's been very cooperative, as her whole family has been. And I think that she spoke with the FBI, and it was kind of scripted of exactly what they want, exactly the message they wanted to broadcast to everyone out here.
What stuck out to you as being as things that you thought, I'll bet she worked with the FBI on the wording of that?
It wasn't spontaneous. The questions weren't spontaneous. It was almost like it was scripted, like, ask me this and I'll tell you this. So it seemed it was pretty, after watching it several times, that's how I feel it was.
Well, let's hope it works. This is a case where we desperately need, police desperately need, the FBI desperately needs some leads in the case. This is the family's offered $1 million.
February 5th and February 9th, the ransom notes, because there was two deadlines. There was the Friday deadline, and then I think Monday. Yep. So there, and that's another thing is people who have said in ransom cases, they never do two deadlines. They never do two deadlines. Why would they do two deadlines? Because it gives them more opportunity to say no, and they give a deadline and they boom, the deadline's this. They gave two deadlines.
For information. That hasn't shaken loose anything. Maybe finally it will.
It's not about the number of tips that are coming in. It's finding that one tip.
The quality.
That's going to help. Yeah, that's going to help solve the case.
Yeah, Raymond Carr, really appreciate your analysis. Thank you so much. Appreciate.
All right, Raymond Carr. It's not about the quantity of tips, it's the quality of tips. So that's seems pretty obvious. We need a quality tip. We need something that's going to actually bring us to justice, right? We need to find the suspect, I think. They need to find the suspect first. But this is DGL. He is live. Look at the sheriff is there. Whoa. The sheriff is out there with DGL.
There's another one over here. Look. Hey, is that the Misty that, look at that one. Are you the Misty that ordered all of us the barbecue that night? Was that you?
I don't know. I thought I just saw a sheriff in his screen, but I don't know. Let's discuss the poll. Where's the poll? You pull the poll up. Where are we at on the stats on the poll? So we got 42%, 700 votes. 42% says DNA. Second would be YouTubers are going to solve it. Nice. YouTubers solving it, or the public community, the sleuths. The third is going to be digital evidence, video, phones. And then the last is going to be like a public tip, somebody turning in the suspect. So that is the poll 706. I'm going to go ahead and end this poll. And let me know why you picked what you picked. What did you choose in the poll? I just ended it for now. Well, if you have a new poll, we can get that new poll up. I thought I saw a sheriff in, or was that his truck? Rewind it. Thought I saw a sheriff in his, might have been his truck. All right. What did you vote in the poll? Now, this one I kind of found earlier. And like I said, this is old, guys. This is old. Now, the reason that we're watching it is because I liked the title, Signs That Nancy Guthrie Disappearance Was Not a Real Kidnapping. And she talks with a former hostage negotiator, somebody who's actually been on the ground having to deal with. So this is Megan Kelly. We are reacting. We are watching this together. Now, the reason we're watching it is because they do bring on these experts, right? Anyone can talk. Anyone can come on here just like me and talk and talk. But we are trying to get to people that have been dealing with these kind of cases for their whole life. So we are going to jump right into this where she talks with a former hostage negotiator, because if those ransom notes are real, then this would be the path we're going down. Is what does a hostage negotiator think about?
Guthrie family believes there is at least a chance the ransom notes are from Nancy's captor or captors. There's no other explanation for the 3 Instagram videos from Savannah's account where the siblings ask for further communication about how to get their mother home. To help us analyze all this, we wanted to bring in a seasoned hostage negotiator, and it's hard to find someone with more experience than our next guest. Commander Daniel O'Shea is a retired Navy SEAL who served as the coordinator of the hostage working group for the U.S. Embassy in Iraq from 2004 to 2006. O'Shea managed more than 400 hostage incidents in his time in Iraq, and by the time he left, kidnappings had dropped to the single digits. Dan, welcome to the show.
It's my pleasure and honor to be here, Megan.
Daniel O'Shea, host Into the Lion's Den. And I guess he was solving hostage negotiations when he was in the military, it sounds like. So let's give this a shot. Thank you guys for tuning in today. We are trying to put everything in perspective, from wild conspiracy theories to what actually happened. What are your top theories? Go ahead and put it in the chat while we're listening to this. Your top 2 theories, right? Because it's hard to just narrow it down to one. Go ahead and put 2.
Okay, so we're going to play it one more time, the latest video, and get your take on what, if anything, you think has changed here. Here it is. This was released on Saturday night.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
What do you make of it, Dan?
That's heartbreaking.
And we will pay. And we will pay. So, I mean, they obviously think that literally someone took her because of ransom. And based on what Savannah said in her last interview, She goes into bed every night thinking that somebody kidnapped Nancy because of the ransom or because of ransom notes. She believes they're real. It's crazy. And so that's why we don't know what to think.
You know, I saw hundreds of these pleas from families from all over the world to try and bring their loved one home that was taken hostage by the likes of Al Qaeda and other jihadist groups in Iraq. So it's troubling because it's the pain and anguish of not knowing, and you know, it brings back a lot of flashback of a lot of memories. But you can never give up hope. We had cases where there was a deadline set. Presumably, we know this group harmed, you know, Miss Guthrie in the initial abduction because there was blood left at the scene, and we only know what blood was left outside. We don't know anything about what's been done forensically inside the house. So that's my biggest concern, is that the propensity for violence from the get-go is why everyone should be very concerned. And not so much because of the deadline, but because that the group's doing this has already shown they're willing to be violent with an 84-year-old woman, grandmother as well.
So, I mean, one of the big questions here is, are the people torturing the family with these notes the same people that have or hurt Nancy Guthrie 8.5 days ago? I was saying to Brian Enton in the first segment, Dan, I just have a really hard time believing the people writing these notes were involved in Nancy's kidnapping or whatever happened to her, because I was saying that if I had Nancy Guthrie, if I went to the trouble to kidnap somebody and then wanted to prove to somebody that I had her, I would not be referencing some damaged floodlight or where her Apple Watch was in her home. That's bullshit. That's the kind of stuff you manage to see through a window. And to me, it sounds like you're trying to sound like you know more than you do. If you've got Nancy, you can ask her anything that would prove to her 3 children, you know her better than anybody, that you actually have her. You don't have to do a picture. You don't need a video. Right. You just need her to tell you things only the children and the mother would remember.
Wow, she's throwing the S-bombs. Megyn Kelly's fired up. Love her or hate her, we're just watching to get the perspective. I know a lot of people love certain crime sleuths. Some people don't. We're watching it because she's talking to this expert. So, but she's fired up.
Remember from their childhoods.
100%, and that's you're not a H&R, K&R background or hostage negotiator, but I had that suspicion literally from almost day one when the first ransom note came out. First off, they sent the ransom note to TMZ, a tabloid network, and then the local news media. All right, that's not how K&R Kidnap for Ransom works. If kidnapping is a business around the world, and the groups that do the kidnapping, they have the prize. They grab the prize, and they want to keep that prize protected, and they want to demonstrate to the prospective buyer, payer, that we have who you're looking for. Let's start the negotiation. And you come out with a large number. That 4 million initial to 6 million, the latest ransom demand, that's not outside the norm range for an American, because that's, you know, this is a big business. And because obviously Savannah Guthrie, you know, big news network, morning show host, she's going to have the resources to probably come up with that kind of money, and that's what they're counting on. But then you've got to negotiate in good faith. And from no way, shape, or form has the group that is claiming to hold her been operating in good faith. And the fact that they haven't been able to provide a substantial proof of life, or even trying to submit some AI version of it, which could have been, you know, suspect that they're trying to do this. But I am suspect that the group that has her is the group that took her response for abduction is the group that is sending these messages. They may be related, but I really think this is part of the show and drama to drive up this news media story. And why is that happening? Let's go to the underlying motives. And the motives may not be money. And I don't think it's money they want here. I think they want the news media attention, focus on this case, and maybe get some other news stories off the net. And then go, why did they target, you know, Savannah Guthrie? And you have to look at, well, she's not a controversial figure like yourself, or say Candace Owen, where you have people on the left or right. I mean, just being honest, that you've got enemies. You've got people that don't like you. But, you know, Savannah Guthrie is, you know, I don't watch her morning show, but I know who she is. And she's like a very nice lady. And, you know, what's the most controversial thing she's ever done? maybe some of her interviews in the past.
Well, I mean, she's not controversial, but that doesn't rule out some freak stalker who just interpreted some report she did as an attack or as some sort of, that element is still alive and well around her, and we can't rule that out, that it's some stranger who's obsessed with her.
Oh, of course. But then why are you going after the mother unless you're trying?
Exactly. I don't understand why they would still target Nancy Guthrie to get back at Savannah.
To hurt her. So who has a reason to want to hurt Savannah Guthrie? Wouldn't it be the list would not be long, but go to some of her interviews. And I'm not the one coming up with this. Because this conversation I've had, with virtually everyone I've talked to, especially offline, when you don't have a 2-minute segment on a news channel. She interviewed a lot of the Epstein victims, in-depth interviews with Virginia Gouffet and some of the other women. And what came out a week before this abduction, days before, the Epstein files, all over the news. And now what is taken over the news media? And maybe that was done intentionally. I'm not saying that's the case, but there's more to this.
I'll be honest, I do have a part of me thinks if it is a kidnapping, revenge, it could be tied to that. People have thought. I mean, do you think if it was a revenge thing that it was somebody that was getting back because of the Epstein files? I know it keeps coming up. There is a very small percentage. It's small. It's a possibility because it was such a controversial case. Do you think there is a small possibility, a big possibility? Some people think it's the full reason. Let me know in the chat.
Group, I do not think it's a traditional kidnap for ransom. They're not demonstrating any of the things that are normally associated with people that are in the kidnapping business to make money. And I think it's the media attention. But you have to go into it that there are evil people out there that will do terrible things to wonderful human beings. I dealt with that. We had a woman in Iraq. Her name was Margaret Hassan. She was the director of Care International. She was a 5'1", 180-pound Irish woman who'd lived in Iraq for 20 plus years and married a local. She lived the fourth pillar of Islam, which is Zakat. She gave alms to the poor. She fed the poor. She was a beloved woman, and that did not protect her. She was murdered by her captors, and I'm one of the few Americans that sadly had to watch that execution video, and it was very troubling, very sad. So there's evil in the world, and no matter how good you are, that doesn't protect you from someone that wants to hurt you.
And that is the thing is Nancy, I don't think personally had that many enemies, right? Nancy, if I were to just give you an idea of who I think she is, she was like a very churchy, very, into politics and helping out her party, whatever party she was a part of. And she loved her friends, but she was not some, boozer, some, a woman that has, stuff going on in her life. She's probably never been to jail. I mean, this is like an angel of a woman, right? Just her husband died. She's been living a widowed, So that's just my impression is Nancy to her to get somebody so angry to kidnap her. It had to be something if it was a revenge thing to get back at either Annie or Savannah. Now, obviously, because Savannah's name is so big, that's going to be top, as far as theories that people think like, hey, Savannah's a celebrity. She just covered the Epstein files. So the revenge thing and the ransom notes could be, I think the revenge and the ransom could be similar. Or I got burglary gone wrong, revenge, or ransom. Those are my three. 1, 2, 3. So I know people were putting theirs in the chat. Let's see what people are saying. What is the community saying as your top theories? Mine is burglary gone wrong, kidnapped her because they didn't want evidence on the body. Without a body, they don't have anything. If they would have left the body, there would have been more clues to find the suspect. Excuse me. So mine, and then second would be revenge, and then ransom. Or revenge ransom would be like equal. I don't know. What do you guys think? Let's see. What are your top 3 theories? Yeah, a lot of people when I say that, they almost unfollow the channel. If you have to have, I'm just kidding. But yeah, a lot of people do not think it was a burglary gone wrong, and I'm starting to talk myself out of it certain days. I mean, I literally, some days like today, I'm almost talking myself out of it. I'm back to more of the revenge. That's how confused. I mean, I don't know much more than anyone else. We're all sitting around here scratching our heads. Welcome in Mystic Mom and Julie Martino. Welcome in Jenny. Inside job. And yeah, so then people even go to that theory. I don't think the law enforcement really covers for anything. I think they control the narrative in the media, and that's how they cover. They cover by not speaking out, by not having press conferences. They're covering being the center point of the case and how they're handling it. So that's why they just stay silent. So now we're back to covering and focusing on the facts versus the failures of Jen Coffindeffer is trained FBI. Yeah, I watch her. I watch her at least every other day. I try to catch up on her shows. Jenny, Ashley. Yeah, I like Ashley. I don't not like any of them. I really, everyone I take for what they're worth as far as their style, their expertise. I posted some facts on channels, and mods will ban you because they get bro. Sammy, sorry about that. We're trying to just keep it. So sorry if you ran into any issues. Oh, Julie, going to CrimeCon. Yeah. Oh, welcome back. Yeah, I won't be able to make this year, but I plan to make it in the future. Find some people to go with. I think it's only Vegas. Is it in Vegas every year? Is the CrimeCon in Vegas every year? It seems like a good place to do it. 231. The neighbors have not. The neighbors are, yeah, they've been silent. Savannah making that video about her ex a few months before her mom. Yeah, I don't know anything about Savannah's ex. I do not know, but so I guess from what I understand, and maybe you guys can confirm in the chat, Savannah was married, and I guess it ended badly. I don't know. I did not research that part. Welcome in Justice and Jenny. All right, we're going to get back to Megyn Kelly. Now, the reason we're watching this is because she has this hostage negotiator expert. And if these ransom notes are real, this is what he's talking about. The timelines, how people act. Savannah says they're real. So we have to just believe, we have to believe that. So my burglary gone wrong should be thrown out. I shouldn't even be talking about it. I just keep going back there. I shouldn't even be talking because Savannah told us that she thinks that the ransom notes were real. So why are we even talking about anything else than what we should trust Savannah, right? I mean, why she said it.
So if you were advising this family at this point, and we are told that the second note did not contain proof of life, that they're revealing very little about it, but we are told it did not contain proof of life. And we know the first letter said they had Nancy and claimed she was alive, I believe, but did not have proof of life. You saw the video from the family begging for such proof after they received the first note. Would you advise them to pay? Because right now it's the day of the deadline, 5 p.m. tonight, and TMZ is just reporting that the Bitcoin account allegedly set up to accept these funds is empty as of this time this morning. It's unclear how long it typically takes accounts to update, they write, but as of now, the confirmed balance in the publicly viewable account stands at 0 with no transactions recorded. So at least as of almost 1 p.m. Eastern time, the family has not made any deposits into the Bitcoin account. How would you advise them?
Well, this is just very harsh.
And if she thinks they're real, why wasn't any money paid? I hope before the year's out, we get answers, everyone. I mean, we have YouTubers driving out here hundreds of miles, flying out here thousands of miles. We're waiting for answers. I hope we get answers, because I mean, how long can this go? I am going to continue this video, but what I'm asking is, like, I asked myself, in 3 months, are we still going to be in this same circle of no actual new information? We keep having to go back, and we don't even know, could it be this? Why don't they release more information? Oh,
And
it's annoying.
it's only comes from experience, because I think someone evil enough to hurt an 84-year-old woman makes me lean, okay. My initial thoughts again a week ago was a cartel involved in this, because the close proximity to the Arizona Mexican border, the fact that I know the cartels have no problem with kidnapping. They're beyond Al Qaeda. They're probably the biggest kidnapping ring out there. Formerly the FARC had that title. So was that a connection to the FARC? To the cartels, because they have a propensity to violence. They have kidnapped young social media influencers in Mexico and murdered them. So they're not above the thought. But I always started with the notion, especially when I would talk to the ambassadors from these countries where they had hostages, I would always be upfront with them and say, sir, you have to begin with the presumption that your citizens that have been kidnapped by this group claiming to be affiliated with Al Qaeda or whoever, that they're not coming home. You have to start with that presumption. And in the fact that this group has not shown proof of life, and I really think the media is what they're going for. So Jill Carroll, the young Christian Science reporter, 28-year-old girl, American girl, she had deadlines come and go. And she ended up brought home after 83 days of captivity because of pressure put on by special forces, the unit that went out every night to hunt for her. And she was brought home safely because the unit, the kidnapping ring finally threw their hands up and said, maybe if we give her up, these bad dudes will stop coming after us. And that's ultimately what happened. So the family, I would strongly recommend to not pay the ransom, not pay any of it, because I don't think I think that'd be money going into the wind for nothing, because I don't trust. There's no trust and good faith between this group and the family, and they've shown none of it, and they're just torturing Savannah and her family. And I would be blunt enough to speak to the family that let's start with the presumption that your mother did not survive the initial abduction.
And that's the thing is, I mean, there's nothing that tells us, even though we can assume anything, right? That's natural. We're assuming, but there's nothing that says that Nancy is not here, even though we most likely everyone thinks she's probably not around anymore, but we don't have any proof unless they have some sort of scene inside of the house. And a lot of people were speculating that the blood on the porch, right? The blood on the porch, basically, that trail that we see on the porch is also on the front doorway inside, from what people have been speculating. Ashley Banfield, a couple of the others, when the case first broke, said what? So we don't know the scene in the house. They made a big deal about how immaculate the house was, and then they made no reference as to why. Like, was it immaculate because somebody cleaned it up after a mess? Like, was there blood there that they tried to clean up and investigators found out? Hey, look, it looks like somebody cleaned up this area. So did something happen in there and then you know maybe they tried to clean up? I don't know. I mean,
And this may have been a home invasion that went wrong, may have been a stalker, as you said, to do the same. But I would recommend strongly against paying the ransom today by that deadline.
International disputes, inflation, rising national debt, digital currency.
all right. So that was a good guy because he was doing, from what that interview said with Megan Kelly, he was actually a hostage negotiator for the Iraqi war. But welcome in anybody new coming to the stream. It looks like we got cocktails and homicide. Yeah, and that's the thing is those ransom notes, and why would they send them to TMZ and KOLD? Now, if you live in Tucson, KOLD, there's 3 local news stations here. We got KOLD, KGUN, and KVOA. Why would you just send it to KOLD? Of all the places you could send your ransom note, why would you send them to TMZ and KOLD? Why wouldn't you send them to Savannah's station? Especially if you're Savannah's stalker. So you would think Savannah's stalker would send it to Savannah's, at least NBC. And then Harvey Levin, every day we were waiting for the Harvey Levin update. He had ransom notes. He had more ransom. He had ransom notes coming out his ears. Nothing's been verified. It's all just a bunch of smoke. Smoke in mirrors. Now the next one is, we are going over the full timeline today. Where we are, where we've been. We had the raids. Remember the 2 raids on the 10th and the 13th. I was at one of them on the 13th in the rain. I went to bed that night. I think it must have been 2, 3 in the morning. I thought the suspect was arrested. I thought literally we were going to be covering the next stage of this case. Finding out who the suspect is, where he lived, all this. But then we woke up on February 14th, Valentine's 2026. Released. Suspect released. And then ever since that day, I can't tell you one damn thing that's come out to bring anybody any sort of clue of bringing Nancy home or justice for our community, essentially, and for the family. And thank you again, Adrienne. And then here we go. Damien, remember Brianna reported a small amount of money and note was paid into the Bitcoin account, I guess, as a test, but the Guthrie family. Yeah, and I that was confusing. So thank you so much, Adrienne, and give her a follow on her X. If you guys, if any one of the mods can put her X in the chat or put yours in there, Adrienne. Everybody, she is amazing on the X, helping out, sharing stuff, supporting all the streamers financial with the super chats, but also just great information, and a lot of people in the community have been just amazing. Thank you. But Brianna Whitney, now, did you guys know Brianna Whitney has a new job? She does not work for CBS anymore. So before we do that, I'm going to show you what happened. Brianna Whitney is now officially went to a new channel called Crime Junkie. Give me a thumbs up if you have heard of Crime Junkie. See, have you guys heard of Crime Junkie? Oh, Julie, you don't have X. A lot of people, yeah, there's so many social medias to keep up with. Texas Peg. I've been sharing. Thank you, Texas Peg. Why is the family? I think it's coached, Kathleen. I think it's all coached for them. Yeah, I went over that. I have that on my page too. If you go back to my page, my videos, Kim, you can see. I did a whole thing. We went through it piece by piece. I forgot the name, but if you look on my live section, you'll see it says Nanos, something about Nanos. The perp, watch TMZ, think about goth. Yeah, that could be. I don't know why they would send it to KOLD though. Her Facebook is still active. Her Facebook, so I think unless these people have deleted their comments, her Facebook, I think, is still active. But that's what I was doing. I'm showing you Brianna Whitney went to this station right here, Crime Junkie. Have you guys? It's a YouTube page and they got 559,000 subscribers. I can't get past 60,000 and these people got 500,000. Crazy. So I'm gonna show you Brianna Whitney is now with this channel. See if I can find. See, there she is. All right, I'm just gonna show you one video where she's with her new team. It's not about
Hi, Crime
Nancy
Junkies.
Guthrie, but she calls her people crime junkies, and I don't know who this is, but I almost think I need a co-host after watching these videos.
Wanted to bring you some breaking news. There have been some developments in the murder of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. You guys know that singer David has been charged with her murder, and there were just some new documents released that tell us some really disturbing later after.
Okay, so on the left is Brianna Whitney. She used to work for CBS, and she's the one that was breaking a lot of news in the Nancy Guthrie case. And she broke that her inside sources told her that it was a burglary gone wrong. Now, what's weird is this channel doesn't really cover Nancy Guthrie. So I don't know why, but even now, even though she's over on this channel, I don't know if it's because there's no new information, but let me check the chat. Are you guys Crime Junkie fans? Let's go. Are you guys crime junkie fans? And thank you again, Adrian. Remember, amount into the Bitcoin. That Bitcoin stuff was confusing. I am behind on these comments. I have heard. Welcome in, Devil Dog. Devil Dog in the house. Give him a follow. He's been following. He's been doing videos on the Nancy Guthrie case. Shout out to Devil Dog. Yes, Brianna. I mean, even before Nancy Guthrie went missing, she was the one I would watch here in Arizona because she covered all the different cases here in Arizona. Thank you so much, Bev. I appreciate your support. Make sure you hit the like button. I haven't seen how many likes we're up to. Let's check the like meter. The like meter, where is it? 600. We are just over the 600 mark now. 600 likes. Thank you guys so much for joining. All your input. You missed the Dr. Phil. We had to kind of cut it short. I mean, it was kind of boring. I hate to all you Dr. Phil fans and it just I'll put the link if you want to watch it. But this is Crime Junkie, and some people are aware of them, but no. It's interesting how they do their stories. They're very contrived, like very which is awesome. I'm not saying bad, but very like organized, right? I need this in my organization. Look how organized they already seem. They got a perfect perfect set studio they're doing it out of. So this is Brianna Whitney. I'm just showing you where she's at, and then we'll go back to where we were going, which is the timeline.
Celeste Rivas Hernandez's body was found, that the singer David, D4VD, spelled like that, had this whole plan. And we now know how exactly he killed her, according to prosecutors. So she was found in the back of his Tesla trunk. It was in a Hollywood Hills tow yard. And nobody knew what was going on for so long until there was a really bad smell coming from the Tesla. So there's some calls out in the tow yard. Hey, can somebody come check this? They go, they find her body dismembered in cadaver bags, is how it was listed in the documents at first.
Where's he getting cadaver bags?
Well, now we know, from Amazon, among other things.
How do you?
All right, we're not going to dive much into this, but that is where Brianna Whitney went. Let's see if they have any Nancy Guthrie videos. So if I go to videos and I go to the latest, we searched the river of Bonnie Lee Schultz, Cole Thomas, Alex Murdaugh, Spencer Irwin. I mean, they have nothing on how are they crime junkies and they have nothing on Nancy Guthrie? I mean, I think they do a good job. Maybe they'll do one. Maybe since Brianna Whitney's there, she's just waiting to do another one. I'm sure they'll be on it now. So I give them a subscription. So we are going to pull up the interview room. Now, this is a little older one, but it was something I thought was interesting because give me 1 second while I pull it up. Okay, so this one is titled, Is the Nancy Guthrie Timeline Off? And so that's what we're trying to narrow down. A lot of people are starting to question the timeline. You know, did Tommaso go home right after? So usually there's all these different things that in these stories they're missing. So what we don't hear is the problem. You know, did Tommaso go straight back to Annie's and then they went to bed? And then how did it wake up? Who got the call? Did Annie, what did Annie tell Tommaso? Did they jump right in the car? We need to know these details. Or I should say, we want to know. I want to know these details. Because in these kind of cases, it usually they come out. Usually we find out. For instance, in the Brian Koberger case, if I'm not mistaken, there was a DoorDash driver who dropped food off. And the DoorDash driver came out and did an interview not too long after and said, look, where's the Uber driver? Have they checked the Uber driver's phone to see who the Uber driver had acquaintances with? We don't know. Where's the Uber driver? Where's Nancy's friends that are speaking out? Just one friend that actually, you know, was close with her. One friend.
Okay. That's a clue. And case look, but there's that interesting mirroring that tends to go on. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? That
Absolutely.
That there's going to be a reason why this case looks like this. And sometimes I look at the chaos around a case and I go, I can't figure out why, but that's a clue.
Okay.
That's a clue. And
that is the thing, is the silence on them not telling certain things are clues. So what they're not saying is could also be a clue.
And so we'll figure that out. And but who knows? But you know, look, I don't know what the motives were. This is more of like a thing you guys would understand from a law enforcement perspective of the holding this back, going with a private lab instead of. I was actually curious if anybody had any idea if there was anything special about this lab in Florida, why this would have been the one. It was Florida, right? The person.
All right, everybody. I'm just letting you know this is from 3 months ago. So it is. We're just going to buzz in here for a minute and check it out. But it talks about, is that first timeline off?
The private lab that was used in lieu of the FBI. I mean, any particular reason? Why wouldn't you? I mean, why not even just go with one in Arizona? I mean, is there something special?
Well, that goes to the turf war problem, apparently. And so if all these reports are true, I mean, we really have to be careful and put a caveat to all of this because there is, as everyone has seen, especially the last couple of days, there is so much information out there that we don't really know everything that is fact and what is fiction. So but that would play out with the turf war going on.
Yeah. Right. So let's go back for a moment. Okay. And let's talk about what we believe and what we know. Okay. Remember early on, the very first night, the sheriff did a press conference with the press out in front of her house in the evening hours. Okay.
Yes, and we did review that. I think about a week ago now, we went over that interview or press conference the sheriff did in front of the house.
He was asked a bunch of questions. He was kind of, for obvious reasons, holding back some information. Okay. Because, I mean, to his credit that night, you do not want to go out and tell the world what's going on. Okay. Not yet. It's still too earlier. Because remember in our last panel, we talked about, because they were focusing on a missing woman all day. Okay. search and rescue, all the equipment. You know, they had the birds up there, they had the drones, they had infrared, they had FLIR, they had all of the stuff happening. They had dogs, Vortex, etc. And then the evening comes around, and the sheriff has realized, crap, we didn't find her. Okay, because his team came to him and said, "Hey, we don't know where she is." Okay, that means the dynamics have changed. And remember, that night they had not received an email, or the news agencies had not received an email that said, "Hey, we got her. And by the way, this is our ransom demand." So they're operating from, okay, she's been abducted, but we don't know what the reason is, who, what, when, where, and why. So they had what we would call, and you guys know what I'm going to say, as a whodunit at that very moment. So that's where you lean on the statistics, past experiences. You get everybody in a circle. Everybody starts throwing ideas around, just like this panel, and say, Bob, what do you think's cooking here? Mike, what do you think? Gary, what do you think?
And that's what we're doing. We're throwing different theories, but since the time has passed now, how many days are we at? Like, is today 107? 106? That we're coming up with having to go back and look at some of these investigators, what they were mentioning, because I was out at Nancy's for literally 10 hours a day. So I wasn't able to catch this until now, when things have slowed down. To go back and watch some of these things, it helps put things in perspective, but it can confuse me as well, and probably you too, because now I'm back to, it could be revenge. It could be dang it, revenge. I convinced myself it was a burglary gone wrong. It could be a revenge ransom. Every time we go back, hopefully we get some little piece of information, maybe they release, that helps us maybe get a better idea, because we all want to get a better idea. It'll help us sleep at night.
And everybody comes up with these crazy ideas. Some of them work, some of them don't work.
Right.
And then we come up with a plan. And a case agent is assigned, a secondary is assigned, a third person's assigned to the crime scene, a fourth person may be assigned to the family. You manage the family. A fifth person may be assigned to the press, working with the PIO. Okay. A seventh person may be assigned to do all the canvassing, manage the search and rescues. Okay. All of that stuff. And if an agency's big enough, like Orange County, then there are layers within those assignments. There may be a supervisor over each one of those assignments, a sergeant. Okay. And then that sergeant reports up the chain of command. So we know the second day he comes out and he does a presser. And in that press conference, he tells the world, and this is where I want to go with you guys. Okay. A lot of folks had started to weigh in right away. Obviously, the BAU weighs in, and we know what they were going to say. Immediately, they went to the victimology. They went to the victim risk continuum. We talked about that. Everybody knows what that is now, and everybody came to the consensus. This is a very low risk situation for that woman to be in that house, if that's the circumstances, that evening and the next day disappear. Okay. That's a very low risk situation. So then automatically everybody's going to start connecting some of those dots. Okay, who had access to her? Who's the family? What are those dynamics?
And that's the thing, is we didn't have a very experienced crew. Not anything against them, but the supervisor who was on the scene was not that experienced. Thank you so much, Darlene. Thank you, Darlene. Amanda, thank you so much. Supporting the channel. Appreciate it. This is the interview room.
This is the victimology of Mrs. Guthrie. Oh, wow, this is Savannah's mom. Okay, I'm aware of that.
As soon as it was known to Savannah's mom, the FBI should have been there at no later than 3 p.m.
Sheriff was the night before. Okay, he said in the press conference at the curb, he had not talked to her. Okay. And next thing you know, all these other dynamics start to change. So what does he tell us that day? Well, he gives us a timeline. Okay. Within the next couple of press conferences. And what's the timeline the sheriff gives? 5:32, Nancy takes Uber to Annie's house for dinner and games, i.e. her daughter. 9:48 dropped off by Annie and Tommaso. That's one of the things that was put out there. Later, that dynamic changed. Was it singular or was it both of them? Okay. 9:50, the garage door closes. 1:47 a.m., a Nest doorbell camera disconnects. 2:12 a.m., person seen on the camera. You cannot make it out, but you can tell that it was a person. Okay. 2:12 a.m., or excuse me, 2:28, Nancy's pacemaker app disconnects from her Apple Watch. 11:56 a.m., the family goes over to check on Nancy. The night before, he said it was 11 a.m. So he was off by an hour, and we're going to talk about that. Okay. 12:03 p.m., family calls 911, which was basically 7 minutes searching for their mom. They call 911. Okay. The night before, he's asked by a journalist who brought her over, and he says the family. The second follow-up question from a journalist.
Why wouldn't he specify exactly who brought her home? I mean, that's like a big piece of the puzzle. And he purposely says the family instead of just saying Tommaso, this, blah, 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 Annie's husband. He specifically said the family.
I pointed this out yesterday. We also started talking somewhat about this the other day as a panel. He says, the journalist says, did they see her in the house? And he says, yes. Now, that can be interpreted a couple different ways. When they say, did they see her in the house? Meaning, did you walk her into the house? Did you go into the house? Were you hanging out with your mom in the house? So there's a lot of interpretations in relationship to that potential. Okay. So now we go back to the victim risk continuum and you say, okay, we now have the time. So that means at some point they had the data that told us and told the world, this is the sequence of events.
That is the sequence of events. And what we need to know is, where is the confirmation that they have that Tommaso drove her home? I'm sure they have it, but why can't they just say, here, we reviewed the car data and we found it, and yes, that's confirmed. Are they getting special treatment?
All right. So in between that, there's reports that Annie's car gets towed and impounded at the house.
And just remember, I was in Annie's neighborhood with a bunch of FBI agents. Me, JLR, Inside Edition was actually with us that day. Jim, what's his name? Jim from Inside. We were running up and down the street, going to each house with the FBI. We were on the street. FBI would walk up in Annie Tommaso's neighborhood. Why the heck are they in Annie Tommaso's neighborhood? That's like 10 miles or 10 minutes away. Now, 10 minutes might not seem like a far, but it's pretty far away. I mean, it's not like right. We're talking 10 miles away or 10 minutes away. So it's probably 4 to 5 miles but we were on the road, and I'm like, why are we in Annie and Tommaso's neighborhood? Why do they think? Still to this day, I don't know what we did that. Why was the FBI in Annie and Tommaso? They went to every neighbor. Can you guys answer? What are your guys' ideas of why the FBI went to every single neighbor in Annie's house or Annie's neighborhood? Yeah, taking photos, and then were they just double checking, like making sure, or was it to make the public think that they're doing all this stuff? What brought them to the neighbors?
There's reports that everybody sees Pima County Sheriff's Department go into the daughter's house. Photographs, stuff going on inside the garage, a lot of flashes. We all have opinions in our experience. Could be a variety of things. Okay. We have the ICAC team show up with a UFED. We have this knucklehead in Los Angeles who gets hooked up, who decides to interject himself into the largest publicity event since probably the Lindbergh baby in the United States or the world. And he says, yeah, I just thought maybe I would call or send a couple of text messages to the brother-in-law and the sister thinking I'd get a couple of Bitcoins.
That's crazy too. Like, we need to get an interview with that guy. What's his name? The guy in California who sent the fake and he got arrested. Welcome in, Zaina. We are just watching. This is an older interview room, but I'm kind of pulling up. I didn't get to see a lot of these, and this one's talking about the timeline being off.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's another problem that has to be unwound. Okay. And then you get this timeline back, and this is where I want to go on our first part of our conversation. The family says, because we all know what's going on, they're going to narrow down this timeline through conversations and through interviews. You guys agree, disagree?
Mm-hmm. Agree.
Okay. Naturally, you're going to go to the first person that saw her alive, i.e., the Uber driver, because he picks her up.
Derek. Yeah, that was him.
And then you're going to go to the second people that saw her alive, the family members, the daughter and the brother-in-law, because she hung out with them playing games or watching TV, according to what they say. Okay. And then the next people to see or to hear information is the church lady who says, hey, your mom wasn't on the stream or wasn't over here because we watched church together in New York or whatever whatever they do, those dynamics. And she calls somebody, she calls the family and says, hey, your mom didn't show up for, our weekly girls club watching church and going to church together. What? My mom's not here. She's not there. And so they go over to the house and they tell the sheriff, because the sheriff says they went over to the house to search for mom. And they were the ones that discovered mom missing and called 911. So they were the first people who dropped her off. So they last saw her alive. And they're the first people to report that mom is missing. So here's one of the things that I think is a gap in the investigation, I'll just call it. And I want your opinions. Okay? The garage door.
The garage door. We're going there next. We're going over the timeline, that first timeline. And oh yeah, Julie, if you're going to the Crime Con, maybe we can go live while you're at the Crime Con, and you can kind of show 857 community what it's about. Let me know if that would be cool. I'll just send you a link, you can go live for like, 5-10 minutes, just show us around a little bit maybe. And if you do have a YouTube page, put it in the chat. Julie is going to CrimeCon. I think it's at the end of the month. So that could be cool. That would be good to do a little video. But we are going to the garage door next.
The keypad or the clicker, they do not have data that they have shared with the public yet. So let's play this out. 911, what's the emergency? And you heard the tape. My mother's et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Where are you? We're at the house. So for question number 1, how did they get in the house? If they went through the front door, they had to see the blood on the porch. If they went through the garage, we would have data points on the timeline because we know what time the garage closed the night before, but we're not seeing a data point about what time it opened, if that's the point of entry from the family, okay? If they went back there to look for mom. Or when they get back there, do they go through the same slider, the point of entry that the suspect went through? And that's not suspicious for them because the night before, if it's true what the sheriff said, that they got there around 11 a.m., that is an hour difference in the timeline. Okay. So either those are the 3 possibilities because the blue door is intact 100%. There's no broken windows. And by the way, so I'm a little concerned with this point of entry and that concept. Thoughts?
So I'm going to make an assumption that if she's getting picked up by Uber, she's going to be leaving her house and going out through the garage and closing the garage with her remote control. Therefore, when the daughter and son-in-law drop her off at night, she's got that same remote control. So that would answer that question potentially as one scenario. I think when the daughter and son-in-law go the next day to check on her, if I recall, the driveway, it's a long driveway that goes past the front door and into let's call it the backyard or side yard. Mm-hmm. If you're family, you're probably going up that way. If you're looking for, you're gonna poke your head in the garage if it's got glass panels and see if the car's there. Okay, car's there, great. Then you're gonna walk around to the back. Oh, the door's open. Let's go inside. That's how I'm playing it in my brain. They don't go to the front door because they probably have a key. Though they might have a key to the back door or front door, or they know one's hidden on the property.
Okay, Bob, what's your thoughts?
Well, yeah, and I mostly agree with Mike. Another scenario could be that they have access to the garage door, and you don't have to have a clicker or a keypad. You can have an app on your phone if they have I can't remember what they're called. But obviously they've got the Nest camera, so we know that they're inclined to have those kind of devices. And so they could go in and out that way on a routine basis for all we know. They're the closest relatives to an 84-year-old woman that has heart problems and mobility problems. I would like to think that Tommaso and Annie both have free reign to come and go as they please from the home, and that may include the garage.
Agree. Good point.
Okay. Gary, what are your thoughts?
Well, I have a question.
I just don't think that they would have given Annie and Tommaso the clicker. I don't know why they would need to have the clicker. I mean, as much as Nancy was older, she was very independent. It sounds like she's taking Ubers, I mean, she seems like very independent. So it seems like they probably had a key to the house, but I don't know why they would have a clicker to the garage.
How long? Typical me, yes. The shrink in me.
Go figure that out.
Right. Tell me about your mother. Right. So my question is, how long were they supposedly in there before law enforcement was notified that they thought there was a missing, that she was missing.
I believe what happened there was it at 9:45 in the evening, her children left her off. At some time earlier that morning, they got a call from somebody at the church who said, "Hey, your mom's not here." The family went to the house. I'm thinking they spent some time looking for her themselves before they called us. So I'm guessing maybe they got there around 11. So they did some searching and realized we need some help, and they called 911.
Do you have any idea what time Nancy would have been taken from the home?
There's a lot of things working there, and I just can't say that right now.
He says around 11 a.m. they got there. And then he corrected that at the other press conference where he put the timeline down as 11:56 a.m. And then the 9/11 call comes in at 12:03. So from an investigative analysis aspect, if all three of us are working this case, we'd be like, well, that's kind of an hour. What's going on in this hour? And is it just a mistake? You know, what we have to somehow narrow this down into understanding what's going on. And that's why they pull the data from the garage door pad.
Right. But here's what's bothering me. And this is why I really hope we get to hear the 911 call. Well,
Right.
Right.
Okay,
Well, the back door was left open, so their radar, their radar had to be up at that
Their
point.
radar's up, and the sheriff has made it clear that the back door was open. Okay, so either they came through the front, but they missed the blood, but they would have stepped on the blood. So they either went through the front, missed the blood, they either went through the garage or the garage door, like we're thinking here, like Mike said, they could peek in, see the car, or they went through the open door that was open in their 84-year-old mother's house.
A lot of they're taking the lead from the family, to Gary's point, of the family's emotional state, how concerned are they, and again, what's her physical well-being? Does she do this often? Does she walk away? Does she drive during the day but not at night? All these things, right? They're gathering all that information. But they're handling it as a missing person, not as a homicide, until the very next morning. So when they say, we found a glove, we don't know where that glove was found.
Right. Maybe not in the house. Probably.
Maybe not. It could have been in, or it could have been. It could have been, or it could have been in the closet, or underneath a pillowcase. Who knows?
That's what I'm hoping, because otherwise.
Now, this is from the interview room from about 3 months ago. Now, the reason we're watching this is about the timeline, the facts, and the rumors of the timeline. That's up for speculation as far as when was the FBI, did they arrive, right? And so everybody knows those first hours, those first 48 hours, 48 minutes, 48, those first hours, they should have automatically realized this was a potential homicide. If they have blood in the house, if we're speculating, but most likely there's blood in the house and on the front step, they should have had the FBI out there right away.
It's hard to understand. I mean, how you got in the house is one thing, but what you see, I mean, if it was in the house,
Right.
it's hard to understand.
But again, they're taking their clues from the daughter and son-in-law as to where, okay, this is where she always has breakfast. So they're guiding the officer through the house.
Yeah.
Right? They're saying,
Yeah.
this is where she has breakfast. This is where she watches TV. This is where she feeds her dog or cat.
Exactly.
And they're guiding, they're driving that conversation. And the deputies, okay, he or she is taking notes and going with that information that they're provided with. So while there is some independent thinking, obviously, being deputy sheriffs, again, they're taking their clues from the family. So if the daughter's not alarmed, they're not going to be alarmed.
Well, I'm talking about the morning when they discovered her missing.
Okay, got
There's
you.
no data point of that garage door opening. And I'm having a very difficult time processing personally. I think it's suspicious that your mother has disappeared The night before, you utilized the garage to get her into the house because the sheriff says she was in the house.
How cold did it get? Oh, she was missing overnight, I take it? She was.
Well, she was last seen at about 9:30, 9:45 last night.
9:30, 9:45. So when she was last seen, a family had dropped her off at home, is that correct?
She was last seen by family at 9:45, and 9:30, 9:45.
And did they see her in the home?
Yes.
But they used the garage as the point of entry when they dropped mom off in the middle of the night. 9:48 or 9:58 or 9:48. So what if they have the clicker impounded with the car, the kind that sits up on the visor?
I think the only time you get a timestamp for a garage door opener is going to be one of the apps on your phone.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think a keypad's going to have that data. I don't think a
Oh, wow.
remote opener's going to have that data. It's
Well-
going to have to be an app on the phone.
So let's go down. Let's stay with that. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and you guys remember we just watched that video a couple minutes ago, and the guy was using the keypad. I don't know who it was, but he was at Nancy's house. It was a News Nation. We were just watching it. So he looked like he was pushing the keypad. So some of the older ones don't have the app. So I don't know how old Nancy's garage is, but in my opinion, most likely she doesn't have the app.
If they use that, if let's say the daughter has access to the Q app to open the garage door, okay, why is she
Right.
not doing that the next morning?
Exactly.
when
That's a
she's
great
going to
question.
discover mom?
Because she would, if that's how you commonly go in and out of your mom's house with that app, 'cause that's the easiest.
Right.
Logic would say she would use it.
Right. So it would be fair to say, right? I mean, to think through this, it would be fair to say that data point doesn't exist.
Correct.
Okay. And so it still leaves that gap there in the story of, yeah, we came over and we immediately started looking for mom. Well, okay, what was the point of entry into the house? And I think the sheriff has kept that very close to the vest, but he leaked it. He leaked something that said the back door was open.
He leaked it.
Okay. And that causes some concern for me that you show up at your 84-year-old mother's house, you see the back doors open. That means you're going to, for me anyway, I would think logically, you're going to start, going bonkers that mom is not in this house. There's something wrong here. And they're going to immediately throw 911, Bob.
Especially if it's not a glove.
Yeah, if the glove was in.
If they saw the glove.
Oh, you guys remember the gloves.
If the glove was in open view, I agree.
Now, I guess there was gloves is it true that there was gloves found in the house? There were so many gloves that were being found. Everybody was confused. There was gloves every day. A new glove was found.
However, let me play devil's advocate here with this.
Absolutely.
So you get a phone call from a church friend who tells you, hey, Nancy didn't show up for church at my house today, and we've tried to call her and she's not answering. We're a little concerned. So Annie and Tommaso go to the house, okay, and they're thinking, and they walk around to the back door and they see the open door. I'll posit that the radar might not be up yet, because did mom walk away, and is she over in the neighbor's backyard because she saw something, or for whatever reason walked over into the neighbor's yard?
Right. Got it.
So now I'm going to start looking for her, or we are going to start looking for her in the house. And so they're going to walk in. I think it's feasible to think that they're going to go in every room. They're going to go to the garage. They're going to search the entire interior and exterior of the property. Okay. So now she's nowhere to be found. They see her phone on the nightstand, perhaps her Apple Watch on the nightstand. So now they're really worried, and so now their radar's up. So how long does all that take? Okay, we don't know, right? Because we don't know what the delay was exactly, because we've been given two different time frames by the sheriff. So however Nancy gets there, whether it's Uber or Tommaso or Annie comes in and gets him, she supposedly gets there. All right. But and I have to believe that the detectives have pinned this down, but did she actually arrive there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, she went by Uber. She probably did, because there is a record of that. How long did she stay? Did she actually have dinner? Who else was there?
And those are the missing pieces. That's why it's so odd. And the only thing I can think of is because it's a celebrity's family member that they don't have to answer that. I'm not trying to be critical or anything. I'm just thinking that's the reason they can get away with it. Savannah has a lot of pull in the media.
And who initiated the dinner and who invited whom? Is this something that they do every Saturday night? Or was this a special occasion? Or what's the context in which Nancy went there? Nancy is there for 2 hours having dinner.
4 hours.
Oh, okay. Do we know that?
She got picked up at
4 hours. So, I mean, you figure 2 hours to eat and then 2 hours to play Mahjong.
5:32, and the garage door opened at 9:50. So 5:32, 6:32, 7:32, 8:32, 9:32, and another 15 minutes in there because it's about 5 miles away from me, house to house. So she's at the daughter's house for at least, we'll be conservative, at least 4 hours.
4 hours.
Okay. How do we know that? We don't.
Because the sheriff said she got picked up at 5:32 and went to Annie's house for dinner and games. And then she was dropped off by either Annie or Tommaso, and that's, been going both ways. At 9:48, the garage door opens. At 9:50, the garage door closes.
So we know that
that's the data.
Yeah, see, the thing about Savannah is she is also connected to the politicians in America. She has inside connections to politicians like Mark Kelly. So Savannah is not just some reporter, right? She is actually an integral part in a political party in here in America. So her role as being a Today Show host, yeah, that's it. But she also has lots of other roles where she is connected to people like Mark Kelly, like other people based on her husband, I think, is also connected to the political world in America. So that's why it could be somebody connected that wanting to get back at Savannah. It just doesn't make sense why they would target Nancy.
Points.
right. So the data points that the garage door opened and closed, not that Nancy went inside.
Exactly.
Well, and that's where he was asked on the first press conference, where he was asked, what time did they get home? And he responds around something, around 11, give or take, or something like that. He says it on the very first press conference, and that's when the reporter, and that's why earlier when we started this, I thought it was critical information that he kind of leaked out for a second, where the reporter follows up and says, well, did the the family see her in the house? That was the question. And she said, and the sheriff turns to her and goes, yes.
I take it she
Well,
was
she was last seen at about 9:30,
9:45
last night.
9:30, 9:45. So when she was last seen, a family had dropped her off at home. Is that correct?
She was last seen by family at 9:45, at 9:30, 9:45.
And did they see her in the home?
Yes.
All right, everybody. Thank you for coming in. That was the interview room. We are kind of going over the timeline where we are now, hoping every day we wake up, hoping there's a break in the case. A couple things that I wanted to go over real quick. And we have two new members. I forgot to recognize publicly here on The Voice. Rebel Mama, thank you for joining so much. And also Granny B, 2 months. Thank you. Now, thank you, everybody joining. So this is the next one is I'm gonna go back because we looks like we do have some new people. We watched this earlier, and I know you guys, some of you guys already seen this, so thank you for it's only 2 minutes. But this was an actual 84-year-old woman that was kidnapped. And so it's really eye-opening. She's about Nancy's age. She almost looks like Nancy with if she had brown hair. And this is from Inside Edition, but it really gives you an idea of what an elderly person would go through. And listen to just she's just shocked. And she's asked, she even says she asked the guy, but watch this. For anyone new here, this is the first time, but thank you for putting through it again. I just want to put it in perspective of what we're dealing with, because this is what's going to keep us strong on this case. We are fighting for justice for Nancy. This woman was able to escape and live another day. Right now, we have no clue. So we are going to keep Nancy's name alive. A case that when I found the serial killer, when Zasha Pickett, it took from the age of 6, 7 when I found Zasha until 8th grade they found the suspect. So we have to stay strong.
This elderly woman knows firsthand the utter terror of being kidnapped. Delia Rawlick says a man burst into her home and duct taped her.
And he walks in and he starts taping me. Now, wait a minute, you don't tape me.
She shows us how she fought back.
I lay down on the floor and the guy came over me and I kicked him. And he fell over and I kicked him again and I kicked him again.
Then he dragged her outside, demanding money from her ATM.
He opens up the car door, the trunk, and it's opened up and I said, I'm not going in the trunk. No way am I going in the trunk.
Man.
This blurry image shows Delia gagged and taped up. By some miracle, just as she was about to be driven away, her daughter drove up and scared off her kidnapper.
And that's the thing, is if Tommaso would have been prepared, they would have been more prepared. They would have seen that suspect coming in. They had time to call the police and get over there. If they would have had that camera set up properly.
So who did it turn out to be?
Dang it.
Roofer. Why did he choose you?
Because I was single and I was alone in the house.
Roofer Jason Kester was sentenced to 13 years in prison. Another elderly kidnapping victim is Hetty Braun. The 88-year-old was taken from
All right, and that's the other case, Hetty Braun. We went over that earlier. Now, since we're on the subject, I bet you guys did not hear about this case, because I certainly didn't. But anyone living in the Phoenix area might have heard about this. But this was from Scottsdale, Arizona. How long ago? 8 years ago, a 94-year-old woman was kidnapped in Scottsdale, Arizona.
Developments in the kidnapping of a 94-year-old woman in Scottsdale, an arrest just made in.
This is 8 years ago.
this case.
Police just releasing that information moments ago at a news conference. ABC 15's Chris Groh was there, joining us now live. And Chris, what do we know?
Steve, Stephanie, take a look. This is the man, Ian Michael Nielsen, the 25-year-old that Scottsdale police says kidnapped that 94-year-old woman just a week ago today. But get this, with all the nearby businesses and the high-profile area that she was dropped off at, they told us today that they would not have been able to solve this case so quickly if not for a few fingerprints left on that white car that this woman was stuffed into the trunk of. Now take a
Holy moly, I didn't hear about this case. This was 8 years ago up in Scottsdale.
closer look at Nielsen. Officers telling us that he...
Look at those eyes, though. How tall is this guy? Where is this guy right now?
tried to ruse into this woman's home by trying to get in, to trick her, and he eventually forced his way in around 6 a.m. that evening. He eventually then got into an altercation with the woman, tied her up with tape and zip ties. This 94-year-old woman suffering a broken sternum throughout all of this. Now, as for a motive, we've been trying to figure out why would someone do this to a 94-year-old woman? Well, they believe that he took cash from this woman for drugs. Now, Nielsen was arrested earlier today around 12 p.m. near the Tempe Mesa line.
Where is this guy now? Where is he?
Again, they were able to go through fingerprint and other DNA analysis to find this man and eventually match the idea with that.
Now, see, this is the point. This guy was after illicit drugs, money. That's why I think Occam's razor with Nancy. Nancy had back problems. Nancy probably had very high, highly addictive, and not that she was addictive, but she took them responsibly, but she has those narcotics. People could have targeted for narcotics, money, jewels.
Sketch that we saw released earlier in the week. Now, I want to take you back out here live. Another very disturbing fact about this case is they believe that Nielsen was renting out a unit at the very same complex that this woman lived for about a...
So basically the guy was living around the house too, which makes people think, could it be a neighbor somewhere in that area?
month. Still not clear if he...
So far the top people that in these abductions are workers and then people in the neighborhood.
was officially living there permanently or if he was casing other potential victims. But that's the word that Scottsdale police wants to get out tonight. If anybody recognizes this man or believes that he may have done a similar crime to them or somebody they know, they want you to call Scottsdale police.
We need to see where this guy is now. How tall is he? But this happened 8 years ago. Anyone just coming in up in Scottsdale, Arizona. So you can look that case up. But what are your guys' thoughts on that? We didn't even know about that one.
Statistics are so rare, they demand closer inspection. Today, we're looking at a profile that is extraordinarily uncommon. Abductions of women in their 80s are a statistical anomaly in the United States. According to FBI data collected between 2020 and 2025, the numbers tell a very specific story. During this 5-year period, there were roughly 240,000 reported kidnappings and abductions nationwide. While women made up over 75% of those victims, the age distribution within that group is where the data gets interesting. Out of those hundreds of thousands of cases, only 646 involved women in their 80s. That accounts for less than 0.2% of all reported abductions. To understand how rare this is, we have to look at the demographics that are targeted most frequently. In contrast, nearly 30% of abduction victims fall into the 20 to 29 age group. The difference in frequency is staggering, highlighting a vastly different risk profile for senior women. Researchers suggest this rarity may be due to lifestyle factors, such as decreased exposure to high-risk environments. Target selection by perpetrators often follows specific patterns that don't typically align with this age group's daily routines. These FBI reporting trends offer crucial insights for law enforcement and public safety advocates. Understanding these trends helps us better allocate resources and improve safety awareness for all age groups. For more deep dives into crime statistics,
All right, that was just a little blip about crime stats, different age groups. Obviously, above 80 is definitely um probably the lowest percentage of actually things happening to 80-year-olds. But this is the next thing we're going to go over, the map, right? Tomorrow I'll go back over there and drive around, but this is a little thing. How long ago was this? 3 months ago. So it's the possible escape routes, right? I've been driving every time I drive to Nancy's neighborhood. I'm like thinking, is this the route? Could this been the route that the suspect took? You know, because there's only 3 or 4 ways out. Let's check the comments. Thank you, Adrian. Thank you again. Ian Michael Nielsen. He got and found pled guilty. 25 years. Wow. Oh, that's a sentence. See, in Phoenix, they really, if that would have been in Tucson, if he would have gotten arrested in Tucson, he would have maybe gotten 10. Wow. I wonder if he's out though, because sometimes they get out early. I'm not saying he is. I don't think he's a suspect, but you know, anybody who's going after 84-year-old woman, anybody who's has abuse on an 84-year-old woman, they need to double check. Just see where they're at right now. He's probably got lifetime probation after he gets out too, so thank you so much, Adrian. The elderly are targeted, but not kidnapping. Not kidnapping is not something normally is not a big. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Now, this is possible escape routes. I will drive around the neighborhood after reviewing this video and kind of just go back. That's all we can do right now. We can go back. We can reevaluate different things. Was this, let's maybe try to narrow down the actual route and say this is kind of 75%. I think this is the route. I kind of have an idea of the main route, but let's give this a shot. Thank you for tuning in, and anyone hitting that like button. I think we were over 650 on the likes. So thank you guys.
The National Center for Open and Unsolved Cases, also the host and editor of the podcast and Substack Crime Reconstructed. Thank you so much, Morgan.
Be
for
right
being with
back.
us. I was reading this morning your articles on Substack, and you go into great detail in terms of how the kidnapper was able to escape Nancy's neighborhood that night, and you mapped it all out. So take us through some of the more likely scenarios on how they got out of here and getting to a main road based on what you've observed.
Yeah, and one of the obvious questions is, was it a burglary gone wrong or was it not a burglary? And that actually informs then the behavior when you start looking at exit strategies, right? So if it was a burglary that had gone wrong, then you have to ask yourself under what conditions would abduction be less risky than fleeing the scene. But in any event, when we look at this, so the graphic you see right there, it's really what I did was I took Nancy's house as a point in time, and I said to get to a main road, which is what you're always going to do at some point if you're wanting to get out of the area quickly, because the longer your time on target, the longer you're on the X, the higher the risk of getting detected by law enforcement. So you get to these main roads, and then what I accompanied that with is continuing to do some analysis. Is there's another technology called AdTech. It's the collection of all the signals that come from your mobile data, your mobile apps. It's collecting advertising data, all perfectly legal, everything that you agree to when you get the app. So we start mapping potential egress routes, how you're going to leave the scene, or initially ingress, who would come in, dwell. If this is a targeted kidnapping, you're going to have somebody come in, dwell, stage the area, actions on the objective, come back, and then leave the area, exfiltrate, the egress. So analyze that all together to say, can we match signals? And then the key thing is the pacemaker. The pacemaker is the most unbiased witness we have right now, because what you want to do from a timeline standpoint is exhaust that timeline to where you bracket it as narrow as possible. So 210, we know that we've got the ping, we see the intruder approaching, but 210 is when we know that we have a signal between the pacemaker and the phone. So the question is, at that time, there's only three things that could be possible: heart's beating normal, heart's elevated because she's in duress, or the heart's not beating at all. That helps us then bracket, that time frame. So the timeline, the technology, behavior are going to help bring this together. And part of human behavior, right after, whether it's under stress or it's planned, you're still exiting the area. So we're looking for behaviors consistent with the profile that meets whether it was a burglary gone wrong or it was a targeted.
I had no confidence in the sniffer. This signal sniffer, to me, that was just media headlines. I had no confidence in that. Maybe it works, but to me, I was like, it almost seems silly.
Action.
But
Yeah, being
maybe
out
it
here on the
works.
scene, I do question the randomness. This is a hard place to find if you've never been here before. And even if you've been here before, the GPS doesn't always get it right. Interesting analysis there, Morgan.
I was right behind this video. I remember shooting this video. I was right there.
Trying to determine the color of the holster, the type of the holster. Why might that be important?
Because we're looking at infrared, we're not looking at visible light. Infrared is not visible light. So visible light does not act the same way that infrared does. So what you're seeing there, those aren't the true colors. The reason, like, I have a green sweater on and a black turtleneck is because.
All right, we are going to move on to that. Move on. Remaining hopeful. That's the main thing. We're not giving up the fight. Like I said, when the case that I found, Zasha Pickett, if you want to review that case, it happened when I was 6, 7 years old. And they didn't find the guy until I was in 8th grade. They found him through DNA. So we are waiting for the DNA to come. That could be the next piece to the puzzle. This is Dr. Brucato. How predators choose their victims. The psychology, right? As much as we can have all kinds of theories, we need to bring in true psychology. The psychology of the suspect. If people think it's a ransom or a revenge, just imagine what it would take to sit down and try to plan this. Was it something that they thought of where the guy, to put the plants on the camera, that doesn't seem very planned. That seems very spur of the moment. If they really wanted that camera, they wouldn't have put plants on the camera. That would have already been covered in the plan. So to me, this is very inexperienced, amateur. Look at the guy, the way he's holding his, between his legs. It's just weird. So this is Dr. Brucato. Dr. Brucato. Everybody loves Dr. Brucato. So he talks about how predators choose their victims.
So let's deduce that all the surveillance. We'll step back to all the surveillance the suspect does. Every time the suspect brings that car into the neighborhood, his risk level goes up. Whenever a suspect's risk level goes up, an investigator needs to pay attention, because they're projecting very large clues. Okay. Now, what's the second risk level? The second risk level is, once you have figured out how you're going to target the house and you're going to get into that house, do you know what's your point of entry? You're going to go through the front. Looks like he thought he was going to go through the front, but ultimately somehow he thinks himself out of it, and he has a thought process change, and he moves around to the back. He may have been checking doors all the way around the house, but why would he be doing that if he's risking taking his car into the neighborhood. And if you take the victim risk continuum, and it's a low risk victim, okay, and you measure that against what how the suspect is moving around this house, well, then the lower the risk level to the associated crime, the higher probability that there was a pre-association between the victim and the offender.
So
So
anyone would suggest that there was at least some connection between them, as opposed to, for example, taking a victim in a supermarket parking lot or something.
My sister and I are like the sun and the moon. Together we make a whole. Her sorrows are my sorrows, and her successes.
Whoa. Is that Annie? Is that Annie? I never seen this. Have you guys seen this? Is that Annie and oh my, I never seen this. That freaked me out for a minute. Oh my gosh. And then you see the picture with the big old glasses, the Harry Carey glasses. Whoa, what happened? I did not expect this to play. I saw this earlier and I thought it was a video about a different case. So this is like, I'm like freaking shocked right now. I did not expect to see Annie looking like that. She looks like a completely, I mean, almost a different person. I mean, I know people change, but the glasses, the big old glasses. Holy smokes.
Her and I are like the sun and the moon. Together we make a whole. Her sorrows are my sorrows, and her successes are my successes.
Annie and I are really different. I'm loud and a fast talker. She's thoughtful and reflective.
Introspective versus
blabby. For me, Annie and I were more like twins than older sister and younger sister. We were often in very similar clothes. Same outfit, but you'd have red and I'd have blue, or yours would be green and mine would be yellow.
Now, here's what the crazy thing that maybe some of you guys know, but my cousin used to be best friends with Savannah Guthrie and grew up with Savannah Guthrie. I know I wasn't really in that part of the family, but I do know they were best friends until Savannah left Tucson. But it's just interesting to see these photos. I had no idea about this video. So I'm kind of looking for my cousin.
Annie and I would be in a fight as little kids, and my mom would separate us and say, go to your room. And then about 5 minutes later, one of us would send a note under the door.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
You know, like, want to be
That's
friends
true.
again, or what are you doing? When my dad died, our whole family just hung on to each other for dear life because it was such a shock. We were just trying to figure out how to become a family of 4 when we had always been a family of 5. Annie and I were both headed off to college, and we both decided to live at home. And we had a spoken or unspoken pact that on the weekends, even though we were college girls, one of us would always stay home on one of the weekend nights so that my mom wouldn't be alone. That was just something we did together as sisters.
I feel like my mom did such a unique and amazing job to create this foundation for us.
Now we're getting to more like recent pictures, it seems like. I
To
don't know.
know how to be a good sister is to know how to be a good friend to anyone.
One of the best things about being sisters is you grew up in the same house and you don't have to explain anything. I might say, well, I talked to mom. You know, she said good morning, so you know.
No matter what's happening,
Whoa. Is that Annie on the left? Does she have a short hair? Crazy. These pictures are just, I'm like, wow, look at this. She's got short hair.
if I need clarity or wisdom,
I call Savannah. Annie has always taught me about generosity. She is as happy for me if something good happens to me as if it had happened to herself.
Oh, that's really okay. Well, I didn't expect to see that. That threw me for a loop. Whoa. That haircut on the end, I didn't expect to see the short hair either. All right, everybody, we do see where was the next one I had ready to go. Check the comments. Yeah, you weren't expecting to see that, Kathleen, huh? That was shocking. All right, we're going to go to the next one, which is back to the interview room. Well, we were just there too, but this one is actually just from 2 days ago. And so I think we kind of got about this far through the other day, but shout out to the interview room. I'm going to put a link. Let's get them. If you don't follow them, they're almost to 300,000. So they're at 282,000 subscribers. Shout out to Chris McDonough and Greg Cooper. He sits down with Greg Cooper, the Cold Case Foundation. And that's what I want to try to get to Chris McDonough. I got to fill out that information for Holly Dasso case to see if we can get some more people working on the Holly Dasso case. If you have been following the channel, I've been trying to advocate for her case and the family. So I'll put the name if you guys want to look it up on YouTube. I did some videos. I know I sound like a broken record on it. I'm not going to stop though. That's what it takes. You got to advocate. The families, they're going through the grieving process, so they really need support for people to speak up for them. People with platforms. I hope people with bigger platforms than me will talk about the case as much as they do talk about the Nancy Guthrie case. So Holly Dasso, that's basically where I'm not going to stop. Nancy Guthrie, Holly Dasso, Patricia Wu. Now, Patricia Wu is the other case, a missing woman here in Tucson. Her case is maybe a little bit more clear on possibly what happened, where she was having a mental health crisis and she might have walked into the forest and just didn't return. So you can look, I do have videos on my page. I'll put her name in the chat. But this is FBI's top profiler. So I'm trying to bring the experts into so we can review, react together. And I'm going to play this and check the time in my phone.
It costs money to do things. I mean, we still have things that we have to raise money for. And, our goal, part of the struggle we have, because we have a lot of people currently that work with us and for us that are in other agencies. And so our ability at some point to be able to at least stipend people to take this to another level, because one of the hard parts, I think, for Greg and I is that we're able to step up and say, yes, we can provide these resources, but we don't have the ability, because we're dependent upon people's schedules, to be able to say, yeah, we'll get that for you in the next week. Sometimes it takes a little longer than we would anticipate. But to Greg's point, it's the belief and passion that the people have that are working with us that make it possible for us to do what we're doing. So.
Yeah, that's why I got you here tonight, because the Nancy Guthrie thing situation. There's a family out there, and this is such a unique scenario that I thought, why not bring the best on? And here you are. Now, one interesting thing for the audience, there is a book. There's a couple books out there. One is about the Cold Case Foundation that Greg is the author of, and you can find that on Amazon. But we have another one coming, and hopefully it's going to get to the publisher soon. But that is a book that all of the proceeds, 100%, go directly to the foundation.
All right. So yeah, check out his, I guess he's got a book coming out. Shout out to Chris McDonough. And he's got this cold case foundation. So maybe we could get him the Holly Dasso case. If you guys know a way to submit that. I know somebody said there's a way to submit cases to, maybe they could cover the Holly Dasso case. Maybe they will cover that. You got that right, Shipwreck C. I like that name. That's a cool name. Hello, Mona, Lorraine. We are reviewing the latest. Well, it's not the latest, but it's 2 days ago, so it's pretty recent. The Interview Room, and they are doing the top FBI profiler is on. So thanks for tuning in. We've had a great day. If you rewind, you can see we did go over different cases of people being kidnapped, elderly woman.
And it's going to help support these families who are in need, because ultimately, as the foundation, continues to function as a 501c3, your support in maybe, picking up that book as it comes out, and it's on the horizon. So I will tell you, we can't talk too much about it because it's not here yet, but I can tell you it is on the horizon. And it's going to be a really good read. It's not only about a history of the foundation as a whole, but it's also principles of investigation, medical examiners, DNA. I think, what do we have, like 16 authors, correct? Or something.
Yeah, yeah, they're all, I think they're all members of the foundation.
Yeah, and so you're going to love it. And it's going to be a home run. So those, I saw some things going by in the chat saying, how can we support? That is also one way that you can support. And then you can also go over to the foundation, Cold Case Foundation, and just type that in Google. And then there's a donation button.
We'll put a link in the description below.
Yeah.
The show.
Okay.
All right. We're going to pause this real quick because I have something I just remembered. Holy moly. Those video glasses. Yeah, those glasses there. I call them Harry Carey glasses. If you guys know Harry Carey, shout out Harry Carey. But I do have something that, now, if you guys have been following the case for pretty detailed on, pretty recently, Brian Enton came back out to Tucson, and you remember he interviewed the neighbor. Remember the woman, they were sitting on the back patio, the neighbor with the long hair, they were sitting on the back patio. And then you remember the neighbor said that she found out after she bought the house that house was actually the location of a crime of the primetime rapist. So Nancy's neighborhood has had a controversial past, to say the least. So yesterday, the local news did a story on this, and this is really going to be eye-opening because So here we go. This is just from yesterday. This is from KVOA, and this is from Tucson, Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood. I forgot about this. This is what, oh man, I'm glad I found this.
Nancy Guthrie's disappearance, reopening old wounds in her Catalina Foothills neighborhood.
For years, a different high-profile criminal had all of Tucson on edge. A man the Pima County Sheriff's Department dubbed the primetime rapist, targeting women across Tucson for 3 years.
This went on for 3 years. Now listen to how many people this guy in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood all around there for 3 years terrorized.
Burglarizing their homes and sexually assaulting them.
So in this map, it shows the general locations of more than 30 home invasions and more than 90 victims targeted by this suspect from 1983 to 1986. And some of those homes are in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood.
Eventually, the Pima County Sheriff's Department surrounded the home of that man right there, Brian Lariva, who they say was responsible. But Lariva took his own life before he could be arrested. Tonight, News 4 Tucson's Andrew Capasso has more on the impact both cases have had on this community.
Good evening. Several of the victims' homes in that primetime rapist case are not far from here in the foothills near Campbell and Skyline. Both the detective who cracked that case and the neighbors who still live around here say this is a resilient community, something they say is proving to be just as important now as it was decades ago.
This was my bike route. This was my home.
Many people in this community still don't like to talk about it, saying the Nancy Guthrie investigation brings them back decades. Several victims live less than a mile from where Nancy Guthrie's home is today.
It changed people's lifestyle because children were afraid to sleep in their own bedroom.
Robbie Mayer remembers all too well. He was with the sheriff's department and cracked the case.
And we ended up with like over 4,000 leads, but it just terrorized the community. Tucson became Fortress Tucson back then.
And
Fortress
now that
Tucson.
frightening feeling is back for some, especially in this neighborhood, back in the spotlight 30 years later for a different high-profile investigation.
We're getting attention for something bad again.
This neighbor who didn't want to be on camera says her community always seems to bounce back.
We get closer with tragedy. We are close-knit. Nothing will ever change that.
Mayer says the primetime rapist was a drug addict known to use cocaine inside his victims' homes. And he says for him, finding Lariva's drug dealer was key.
The voice spoke to me, said, Robbie, you're going to solve that case by finding his drug connection.
And that is what...
Ooh, that's what I was saying earlier. If they could find it connected to that.
Led him to Lariva 5 months later. Mayer says patience and resilience is also needed in the Guthrie investigation.
It takes a lot of diligence and willpower. Some guys I've chased 18 months before I caught him, or one guy I was after for 5 years before I caught him. But I think you have to be patient and don't get discouraged.
Something neighbors here are also trying to do.
We're here for each other. We help make this community safe.
Oh man, that is
and
just,
Mayer
that's
goes on to
heartbreaking.
say there's a lot of things to look at both.
That is heartbreaking. I mean, just to hear that voice and the way that they had it modified, it really adds like an effect. What do you guys think? Did you guys know there was a primetime rapist in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood? Now, did Nancy live there during that time? I guess she did. So Nancy knew about that, or she went through this. Wow, that makes it even more.
In the case he cracked and the Guthrie investigation, his message for investigators, what he thinks happened and when he thinks the case will be solved. That part of the story coming up tomorrow night at 8. In the Catalina
We gotta
Foothills, I'm
find
Andrew
if it's
Capasso. News 4 Tucson.
If it's post, no, at 8. Why at 8?
As we reach the 100-day mark in this investigation, scientific evidence processing and digital media analysis remain ongoing. PCSD and FBI personnel continue to review evidence using established forensic protocols, Investigative teams are also actively pursuing leads and tips, and the Pima County Sheriff's Department and the FBI encourage anyone with relevant information to come forward through established reporting methods. We remain committed to conducting a thorough and comprehensive investigation and appreciate the public's continued patience.
All right, guys,
and
just
cooperation.
checking to
So
see
that was
where
the
it's
official.
Put this on.
Sorry, I don't know. I have something in my
Take
throat.
that. All right, let's check the comments. Yeah, Andrew Capasso, is he on? I want to see if he has a part 2. That's what I was looking for, is a part 2. I'm going to go to KVOA's channel. See if there's anything posted. So he said 8 p.m. That's kind of a weird time to release a video. So I don't see part 2. He said part 2 is going to be released today. He said, yeah, so Nancy had to go through that. And you know, makes you wonder, did Nancy have a security system like the old one, like the ADT, and then not renew it? Because she should have had, like, my grandma, she lived in a similar neighborhood in the foothills back in the 80s. And my grandma was robbed. In her house, they came and took her stuff, all her jewelry. Her house was targeted. This was in the 80s. I wonder if it was the PT prime time guy who was doing that. But Tucson has always attracted interesting things like that. Targeting the elderly, it seems like, is not something, it's happened before. Yeah, I mean, it was horrible. My grandparents, after that, they had the best alarm system in the world. All the windows, you even touched a window, the whole alarm would go off. So we will jump back. Let's see here. The top profiler speaks out. We're trying to get to the top profiler. I haven't been able to watch this fully. Every time I sit down, I get sidetracked. So this is the top profiler, FBI's top profiler, with Chris McDonough over at the interview room.
You know, first of all, you know, each of you have been involved in analyzing hundreds and hundreds of cases, you know, for 50 years almost. Okay. I'm not going to date Greg and I mean, Dean's still the youngster here in the pod. No, I'm teasing. But first question overall. And by the way, the audience, if you have a question, just throw it up and I'll get to them over time. But I want to really give the time to Greg and to Dean, you know, to talk about their analysis, what they have learned, what they know, and how that applies to the Nancy Guthrie case, because there's a lot of information out there. But I want to tap into as if this was a regular, you know, we're going to throw the wall here, and this is what we call it, because when we're sitting down with an agency, one of us is assigned as a case agent, hypothetically, and then we liaison with that agency, and then we have the agency present what the potential problems or the challenges are in their investigative process. And on that wall, there could be, like Greg was talking about, we call it the Mayo Clinic approach, where you may have a medical examiner, you may have a forensic psychologist like Gary, like Larry, you know, you may have a DNA like Francine Bardot, and the list goes on. And everybody gets an opportunity in that agency to question these experts and have them think outside of the box. Okay. And, this case stands out as pretty unique. So I want to ask you, and Greg, I'll start with you. What really stands out right now for you? And I know you have not really invested a lot of time in this because one, you haven't had it because you're doing other things. But you've, obviously the news monitoring, but what stands out almost right away in the abduction of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie?
Well, when we look at any case, the first thing we should look at is what we refer to as victimology.
Here we go.
Her victimology is unique in as much as individually, exclusively looking at her and her lifestyle, who she is personally. There's nothing that would attract that type of interest to kidnap her for considering her personal lifestyle in and of itself. Not giving consideration to her association, her family, and other influencing factors out there, because she'd be looked upon as low risk.
Low risk, and that's the thing is 80. If you take the Guthrie name out, maybe they didn't know it was Savannah Guthrie's mother. I didn't know Savannah Guthrie where she lived, or who cares? No one. I mean, it's not like Savannah Guthrie's mother was a celebrity. I mean, so to me, that it leaves all you have is an 84-year-old woman living alone that was an easy target. That's one theory. I mean, I'm not going with it all, so don't unfollow me because I have that thought that maybe they didn't just target it because it was Savannah Guthrie's mother. Maybe they had no idea and they woke up the next morning and they went, "Oh, that was Savannah Guthrie's mother." Have you thought about that? They didn't know that it was Savannah Guthrie's mother. It's a possibility.
Lifestyle, very low risk. So what is it about Nancy that would attract an offender who would have this interest and motivation to kidnap her? What would be that motivation? So you've got to look first at her personal lifestyle and what was going on in her life proximate to the time in which the crime was committed. And the interesting thing about this case that stands out is individually, by herself, she would be considered low risk, which tells us something about the potential relationship between she and the offender. The lower risk an individual, the higher the probability is that she will know the offender, but particularly the offender knows her. She's been targeted for a particular reason. Now, when we say she knows the offender, she may know that offender very closely, intimately, all the way up to a casual acquaintance. But our presumption is based upon that she's been targeted by the offender. So then we look at, all right, what's the environment, the situation, and circumstances surrounding her life that will affect that risk level from low risk? Does anything happen that will begin to elevate her risk level to other considerations and potential offenders? And what's attracting their interest to her to kidnap her?
Exactly. What is attracting? If this was somebody paid someone to do it to get revenge, that's a certain case. But do you guys think the person at the front door was some paid, really, connected, trying to put plants on the front door? Right? I mean, come on. That's who you're gonna pay to do something like this. I mean, to me, if you take the Nancy Guthrie name out of the Savannah Guthrie connection, you just have a vulnerable 84-year-old woman living alone in a very nice house. So that is like we watched the story a little while ago up in Scottsdale 8 years ago. He targeted her because of he wanted drugs. Maybe she had medication. Maybe she had jewels.
And the only thing that we're left with to look at, not the only thing, but a primary thing to consider, of course, is the notoriety that she has because of her daughter. So that's the first thing that you would begin to consider. And so as you consider these different activities and options and the way in which it was done and where it was done, there's a large familiarity, distinct familiarity between the offender, the location, the offender and Nancy, the offender and the awareness of her situation, her circumstances, her environment, her relationships. And they have identified her because she, in their estimation, most likely, she's the goose with the golden egg because of her association, not because of anything she's done individually, but because of the relationships possibly that she's.
Nanos does not have to tell us the truth. We know the law enforcement does not have to tell us the truth. So they could be hiding the fact that this was a burglary because they don't want to alarm the suspect that they know what's going on. They might have taken stuff that they're looking for on the market right now. There might be jewels in there. I mean, they have to have jewels or something if it was a burglary. So they might be trying to play the hand, right? Throw off the suspect, throw off the public, throw off the media. But we have the best FBI agents in the United States working on this case. So I know Kathleen said earlier she knows the FBI will solve it. That's a poll question that we should. Do you think the FBI will solve this case? So I will continue this. But if it was a robbery, they could have not even known it was Nancy, and they literally woke up the next day to the news reports that it was a celebrity's mother. And they literally probably could have been fact. Maybe they didn't even know.
Now, it's certainly possible that she's offended somebody, in her interaction, and she's lived there for many, many years. She knows a lot of people. She's come across a lot of people, and certainly that can bring the attention and unwanted attention just through those interactions of individuals that have other interests in establishing that relationship with her and the purposes for it. But the probabilities, we're always dealing with possibilities. And what we're trying to do is eliminate all the possibilities, mostly to probabilities. So we're not wasting investigative resources and time to be able to focus on those probable and potential offenders and what their primary motivation was and what drew their attention to her.
Greg, I want to just ask you, when you say the golden goose, tell us more about that. Like, to me, that may have some financial implications, but I don't want to put,
Yeah.
put words in your mouth.
Well, it is. I mean, typically a kidnapping is conducted for the purpose of financial reward. And an 84-year-old woman, unless it's a personal vendetta against her particularly, it's most probable that she's somehow connected to a pool of resources where they can find that benefit and acquire that benefit because of her association and connection to that pool of resources.
Okay. Dean, same question. What initial 30,000 foot run on this case?
Well, I think her age.
And so these are FBI's top profiler speaks out. This guy's from a cold case, Dean Jackson. We are watching the interview room. Give him a follow. Is that his wife? I think that's his wife. I always just assume that's his wife. Maybe you guys know. I think it is.
Is a big factor to, it's kind of an unusual age. But I think in light of what Greg's just said, that may be why. I don't think we see a lot of these types of cases involving someone that age. It appears to me from just a little bit we've looked at the geography, I find the community that she lives in, this isn't like some neighborhoods. There's a little more space in between the homes. Seems like it's a little bit more laid out, and I think the environment there makes it for at least some interesting discussion. I think my first, and Greg and I have talked about this as well, but I think our big caution is really how little of detailed information we've gotten. And I mean, that says a lot about the law enforcement agency. They've kept a lot of it close to the vest. We've had cases, I can tell you this, that we've worked cases that we've started out with family or maybe somebody who really had a large commitment to that particular case. And we're given kind of a parameter of information that they had. And I'm always amazed when the doors open and we move in with the law enforcement agency and begin to really look at all the case evidence. It really is a game changer to understand. So I think there's always that concern. What is it we don't know? We haven't been told. So that information. Also, I think what is interesting is if you're going to do a kidnapping for ransom for money, why send it to a news media and TMZ?
We were just talking about that. And to pick those two, it's just, to me, I keep going back. I'm talking myself back into the burglary gone wrong.
There's just some things about this case that don't make a lot of sense. And then I think the other thing is that from the time she's last seen until the pacemaker goes off, we're talking about
it's a good point, Deb.
4 hours and
it's a good point.
38 minutes maybe total of a time frame there. And then if you take off the amount of time from the time she's dropped off till there's something going on, it's under an hour. So the question then begins to is there anything else that puts somebody in the house right after that? So are we talking about somebody's working in this home for 4 hours plus, or are we talking about somebody's really within a very narrow time frame of less than an hour, and all of this is going down? So I think those are just questions that immediately kind of come to mind.
Okay. So Greg, or
just one other observation.
Yeah, go ahead,
Chris, about the way in which this goes down, and in terms of the communication allegedly by the offender or offenders. If we have a very organized kidnapping that's occurred, and the offender is,
if it was organized, there wouldn't be any blood, There wouldn't be, it would just be gone. No trace.
Plan this.
We got doors that are busted open. I heard there's a light. There's a light going off. That was broken. I don't know. Seems like a burglary gone wrong to me, but what do I know?
Out and is experienced. Very business oriented, very focused, very mission oriented. He's going to do, or she, etc., whomever it may be, is going to do this in such a manner as to bring the least amount of attention to themselves.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to contact, in this instance, directly, they're going to contact, in my estimation, the family. This is where the resources are. If finances is their primary objective, they're going to contact that family within a very short period of time after they've abducted the target, before anybody else finds out about it. They're not going to take the chance of other people finding out or discovering her that she's missing. They're going to be the ones to contact that family and say, I have your love. And we're going to keep this between just the three of us right now. Parties. Don't contact the authorities. This is what you will do if you ever want to see your loved one again. You will do this, 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 and this. And it's going to be done within a brief period of time. If you don't do exactly as I say, all deals are off. It's over. You'll never see her again.
People are talking about the back. I didn't mean, I should have said not forced entry, but the back doors were seen open. So most likely that's an entry point, most likely. But what we don't know is when Annie and Tommaso got to the house that morning at 11:56 a.m. Was the front door open? Was that front door open or was it closed? So when they pull up to Nancy's house after, the church friends say she didn't show up, was the front door open? I do not have a photo of that, Lily. Lily's asking if we have a photo, video, when the dog searched. Nope. Julie says, I don't think porch guy dragged her out of bed. Yeah, I mean, did something startle her and she got up out of bed? We just don't know what happened in the house. We don't know if there was blood in the bedroom. They have said they're not releasing, I think, a lot of information. So we are going to continue. This is from a couple days ago. He's talking to FBI profiler.
But they're not going to waste this time to get the media attention involved. That's the last thing they want to do if they're very serious about this. They want to be able to control every aspect of this thing, so it'll be successful if they know what they're doing. And in this instance, they allowed her to be discovered as missing. They didn't contact the family. And then all of a sudden, you get these public institutions that have been advised or informed about it. For what? Now they've just exposed themselves and raised their own risk level of getting all the authorities involved, because the worst thing they need is to have the authorities involved. You don't want the FBI involved. You don't want the cops involved. It's a little business program between you, me, and the target that will take care of this. And then they're in, they're out, they get what they want, and they're gone. This goes just the opposite of all that.
So because that didn't happen, Greg, what does that say to you about this? I mean, is it not a kidnapping? What does it say to you? Because it's obviously what you just explained. It's not how a normal kidnapping for ransom.
And that's what multiple profilers have said, everyone. This does not look like a standard ransom kidnapping. It does not check the boxes. Now, I know there's always some, low percentage things that always happen, but it just doesn't add up from what these experts are saying. But let's see what he says.
Scenario goes down.
Well, there's other interests involved. It's probably best to put it this way. If it is a kidnapping, it's a very disorganized kidnapping. And the offender lacks experience, lacks the planning, lacks the sophistication to get in there and take care of the business that needs to be done. Because the first thing that happens is that blows up in their face. As soon as the media finds out about it, and obviously the cops find out about it, it's off. The chances of success are slim and none. And if they get caught, then they've got all the consequences that they have to go through as a result.
And that's why they possibly took the body. Because if they left the body, there's so many clues that can be taken. If they don't have a body, the investigators really have nothing to go on. So people ask, why did they take the body on a burglary gone wrong? Something happened. They freaked out and they took her.
As well.
So let's go over the timeline and see what you guys are thinking. Number one, let me put this up here real fast.
Yeah, let's pick it apart a lot more.
Yeah, no, I love where you're going, Greg, already here. And as we dive into this, let's give the audience a sense of when you say suspect risk. What exactly, can you dive a little deeper into that principle?
Now, a lot of people are saying when we see that suspect at the front door, that they've already committed the crime of taking whatever they want. So that could be, his backpack could be filled with stuff that they took. So he could be waiting for them to come out the front door, right? Because that front door, you can't get in. It's one of those, unless it's unlocked. So what we might be seeing is after the crime, after whatever they stole. Now we are going on the theory of a burglary gone wrong. We can switch back to earlier. We were talking about revenge. We even talked about the ransom, but right now we're just focusing on the burglary. That could have been the stuff that they stole in the houses in the back. You could have put it in a big sack and just put it in the bag. We're all just speculating here, trying to come up with maybe a clue, an answer.
Well, the suspect has to maintain maximum optimal control over the target. And everybody that they're going to reach out to. And the best way to do that is to, number one, convince the source that they're contacting for the financial reward, convince them that they have control, that they have the target, that the target is alive, and they have to have maximum control over all that for this to be successful. Because the minute they begin to lose control, they raise the risk of getting caught and apprehended and losing control of it, which is going to lead ultimately to their apprehension and failure. And this happens early on. This case, as a kidnapping, was failed in the first couple days, if not sooner, because of that. They didn't control it. And that's assuming that they were the source of disclosing the information to begin with to the media. But they, anyway, the point I'm trying to make here is that suspect risk level, a serious suspect is going to want to control everything they possibly can around this situation in order to ensure their success. They're trying to avoid apprehension. They're trying to avoid identification.
I mean, when you go up to any camera, you can normally tell that they're there. So they didn't need to go through that front door. I think they went through the front door out of convenience because it was closer. Because they didn't need to. If they knew a camera was there, I mean, why would he go there? He gets seen on camera, so that he's giving himself up, which makes no sense. Even though he has the full mask on, he didn't need to. They could have went through the back. But did she have cameras in the back?
And they're going to do all that they can to successfully escape, but escape with their objective. And they've lost control within the first day or two. It's over.
And so, in your mind, Dean, what does that mean in terms of now that the suspect has introduced the media, based off of what Greg was saying, how does that change the dynamics almost within 48 hours, like he's talking about, in your mind?
Well, the first question I have is did the suspect introduce the media? Because if the media, we're assuming that that's what happened, that the suspect's the one that introduced the media, but it's possible that somebody else is taking advantage of the circumstances and situation. And then, so I think that's the first area. I think the second area, and Greg talked about this earlier, but the victimology, these things all kind of work in tandem with one another, but the victimology helps us to understand all of her behaviors, all of the things that she does. What was her consistent patterns? How did she normally function? And in that, you're going to look at it and ask the question, if this was a kidnapping and if this person, this suspect decides to do it, was when they chose to take her and where they chose to take her the least risk for them? Or did that by itself elevate their risk? And was there something else she did that was normal that could have been identified? If it isn't, then maybe, and I'm going to make the assumption that probably for somebody at 84 years old but he's still raising his risk to go into her neighborhood, because people in neighborhoods pay attention. They pay attention to somebody who shouldn't be there, or why is that person there? I mean,
but you notice Nancy's neighborhood has lots of construction going on. Every house every street has some construction going on. The house at the top of the hill today has a new wall going up. Excuse me.
In my neighborhood, I get out, we walk, we drive, and I can tell you there are moments where I look at my wife and go, that doesn't look right. What is that person doing here? Now, maybe I'm wrong, and time will show, but oftentimes it's no. That's so when we talk about the risk of the offender, it's how high of a risk are they willing to take to accomplish what it is their mission is in that particular crime.
Okay, fair enough. So let's look at that timeline for a minute, and let's dive
Are we back? Let me know if we're back. I don't know. I've never had that happen in the studio. Okay. I have no idea. All of a sudden, I guess it froze up. I've been cleaning my cookies every 5 minutes, so maybe it's because I have so many screens up at once. Sorry about that. All right, we are back. Thank you guys. We'll get back to the regular scheduled programming. Nanos is watching. Shout out to Nanos.
A little deeper into this timeline.
All right, here is the actual timeline. Now, this is from 2 days ago, so everything's been updated on the timeline. This is from the great Chris McDonough over at the interview room.
As a whole.
And I guess I didn't see, is that his wife? Is that his wife? I assume that's his wife. She does great too. Commentary. See if that's his wife. Yep, that's his wife. That cute little couple doing a YouTube show together. That's awesome.
And see if anything strikes you. And thank you guys for being here. We've got almost 10,300 people here right now. And so we hope you're going to pick something up here. In fact, we know you.
Mary.
Those of you who are just joining us, we got Greg Cooper and Dean Jackson from the Cold Case Foundation. And Greg was also the chief of the behavior science unit at the FBI for some time. So January 31st, 5:32, Nancy takes an Uber to her daughter Annie's home. Now, we don't know who ordered that Uber. We don't.
Yeah,
we
whose
just have
account
this
was that
data
on?
point from the sheriff's department. At 9:48, she is dropped off back at her Catalina Foothills home by her son-in-law, and there is a data point on the garage door opening. We don't know who opened that garage door. We don't know how. It could have been an app. There's been a lot of conversations we've had on other, with the other panels here, as well as in the media. But that garage door was only open for 2 minutes.
2 minutes. I mean, I think that seems like an accurate time if Nancy's cruising, right? If she's tired, she's trying to get in quick so she can take her shoes off, right? That's what everybody loves to do. I'm sure when you get home, what's the first thing you do? Most of the time you take your shoes off. She can't wait. So she's not going slow. She's getting in there. So 2 minutes to get in the garage seems reasonable. Now, the one thing is it is uphill a little bit. So, but 2 minutes does seem reasonable.
And then that garage closed. That was the last time Nancy Guthrie was seen alive. So at 5:32 to 9:50 p.m. is the last proof of life of Nancy Guthrie. Now, the interesting thing about that, and I want to ask you what your thoughts are. That whole time, the narrative in this right now from the sheriff was this information was provided by the family and by the forensics work that was collected. So that's the last proof of life. How do you think that strikes into a note, a ransom note that generates itself a few days later, to your point, Greg, to two media outlets?
Well, it certainly violates but all reason for an offender to elevate their risk level by doing that. And it suggests my initial impression, and let me, if you don't mind, I'm going to kind of give you my philosophy a little bit here.
Yeah.
About how careful we have to be commenting on these tidbits of information that come to us by the media. Some of it's coming from the authorities, and it changes. Early on, it changed from almost day to day.
This is interesting. We were just talking about this.
And you had to question a lot of, in terms of its authenticity and accuracy and validity, because it's important to understand that all the experts that participate in commenting on those tidbits of information, they're taking bits and pieces like puzzle pieces, and unfortunately, a lot of times they're taking those puzzle pieces out of context because we don't have a context that's been developed yet, except in this case, what they believe it to be. And that's typical. I mean, we have to do that to some extent and hypothesize and theorize about what's happened. And we just have to be very responsible about it, because understand that the offender is listening to everything that's going on out there.
Even tonight.
Even tonight. Absolutely. They're listening. And depending on what the circumstances are, they may respond and react to that information, to comments that are being made, because they want to control or at least influence the narrative. And while it looks like the investigation is going off on this avenue or down this path, this road, they now have an opportunity to do something that will take it back, so they can take back control and give the belief that it's going down another avenue. And the worst case scenario is that the victim is in a very precarious situation. They're innocent. But as far as the offender is concerned, whatever actions that they take in response to things that they may like or not like about what's being said, that may also influence the relationship with the victim, their behavior toward the victim, and decisions that they may make along the way for that investigation. Because most of the time, we're dealing with a lot of information that has not been validated and confirmed and corroborated or shared by full disclosure by the authorities. And so we're all at a very significant disadvantage.
That is a good point. We're all at a disadvantage with this. Nanos, he knows, when you look at, he knows a lot. We watched that interview earlier. I think Nanos knows a lot. Obviously, a lot more, but we're at a disadvantage. And for whatever reason, the authorities either can't or don't want to release even one little piece of information, not one update. Nanos, bananas. It is, let's see, is DGL still out there live? Let's check in. Yep, he's still out there. Think so, maybe. Yep. Oh, look at this. Just going to take a little pit stop here. He's at the laundromat. DGL's at the laundromat. Holy crap. Crazy. Awesome. All right. The laundromat. back to the top profilers. We're going to jump ahead to where he goes into the next part of the timeline. That's what we've been going over. Update the timeline.
Okay, so let's go to the next slide. This is a fascinating conversation. Okay, so 140.
If you want to watch this full video, I'm going to put the link in the chat. We're kind of skipping around, but go also to the interview room, and give them a follow. Most people probably already do. Deb Briggs, don't think elderly want to mess with apps and nonsense, hence the lack of cam plus garage door, huge expense. Exactly. If you try to get somebody 84 years old to start using an app and technology, some of them might do like one or two apps, like, oh, I like that. And that's all they want to do. Right? Maybe you show them Angry Birds and now that's all they want to do is play Angry Birds. But they don't have all, I want to get this app and that app, and how can I open up the garage with my app? I don't see many 84-year-olds. Now, I'm sure there's some. I'm not saying that there's not any. But this is a timeline. This is just from a couple days ago. Friday 1st, early morning.
7 doorbell camera disconnects, tampered with by a masked armed individual. This is the guy on the front porch. We're going to get to him in a couple minutes. 2:12 a.m. movement detected near the home. The sheriff didn't say that if it was inside or outside, but he made it sound like it could have been outside. And then here's another interesting piece of this. Is at 2:28, the pacemaker app that Nancy has, her pacemaker, disconnects from a phone, which led everybody into the likely abduction theory.
Right, that she would have been separated from her Apple Watch app, meaning she was probably being taken out of the house and out of range.
Right.
Right.
Now, one of the anomalies most recently that we talked about here on this channel is initially, well, the sheriff has stuck with 11:56. The family goes on scene, but he also has said sometime just before 11 or around 11-ish. And, we reached out to some of our, connections, and you guys know how I operate. And they said it was closer to 11 a.m. So, and that's from a law enforcement individuals. And so I'm running with 11 a.m. that the family arrived at the house. And it was shortly thereafter Nancy's friends call and say, hey, Nancy did not show up this morning for our church service. And we think that's suspicious. And the family ran over there. That would be the daughter and her son-in-law to look for mom. And then the sheriff reports at 12:03, the first 911 calls comes in, and it takes about 10 or 15 minutes or 10 to 12 minutes for the first patrol guys to go on scene. So the anomaly there is we don't have a data point or the sheriff is not talking about how they got in, how the family got in, what they discovered. But we learned later through Savannah's interview on the Today Show that her sister tells her the doors were propped open. We thought there was a medical event. And none of that information has been confirmed, but that was information put out by Savannah on the Today Show, which, got me thinking, and this is my opinion, that, well, wait a minute, we don't have a data point on the garage door. So, we have one from the night before, but we don't have one in the morning. We don't know how the family found the house. The sister is saying the door was propped open in the back of the house. You know, there's anywhere from a pot was used to the door was propped open. The sheriff is holding that back about how the family got into the house, and there was no mention from the sheriff's department about the condition the house was found in until later, where he says there was blood on the porch, and it comes back to Nancy Guthrie. But that's essentially, you know, where it's at right now. It's radio silence from there forward up until, you know, the last couple of days when I want to put this back up again, where the sheriff says, you know, on February 2nd, hey, we're going to treat this as an abduction / crime. And then he urges the neighbors to go out, start looking through video. And then the ransom note shows up, you know, right behind all of this, which after these public statements are made, the FBI joins the investigation. And this is where we get this guy on the porch. And then right behind that, Savannah makes that plea that I was just talking about. But what was an anomaly was they started impounding vehicles. And one of the vehicles impounded was a family vehicle.
They impounded vehicles, and then they started going into Annie Guthrie's neighborhood, all through the neighborhood with the FBI. They were taking pictures in Annie's garage.
And then a second vehicle impounded, which was Nancy's vehicle, found inside the garage. And then there was a third vehicle that was impounded, which was a Range Rover that a total stranger was driving. And there's a lot of rumors about there's a connection back to the house through that guy, but it's not been confirmed yet. But then the other anomaly here is the sheriff's department goes over to the daughter's house in the evening and starts searching their home and starts photographing in their home. And there's even speculation that there was an alternate light source used, but we don't know that for sure. What we do know is they came out of that house with evidence bags. And so they took something out of that home. And that was the house where Nancy was supposed to have gone over and spent the evening with her family, you know, celebrating her day. Her birthday was just a couple of days before all of this, and et cetera. Have I missed anything, Karen?
No, not till that point. I mean, there's been new developments. Again, to Greg's point, tidbits of information that have come from other media sources and reporting. You know, one of those media sources recently.
We are going over the FBI top profiler, Chris McDonough. We are reviewing their top theories and different things that they think, you know, what's strange. He was talking about, you know, the guy at the front door does not look like some organized. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm out of fair use. We're reacting to this video they made a couple days ago. Sheila, or who said that? Sniping, is that Blue Hill? I think it's called reacting. This is it's fair use. I don't know if you're familiar with that 1976 ruling. Misty, yeah, I do. We are reacting fair use. Oh, someone's streaming 857. Who is it? If it's Shibby, it's all right. Shibby, I mean, Shibby can stream it if it's Shibby. I know Shibby does that. Little pretty clues. I mean, you know, I'm okay with it. Yeah, that's fine. She can do that for sure. No worries. We're a community here. We are a community, but we'll get back to this.
It was People Magazine. I mean, back in the day, you know, People Magazine was entertainment only. I get it now, they're doing true crime. That's fine. But Greg, to your larger point, none of the new tidbits of information have been confirmed by authorities. And so that makes this case even that much more confusing.
There we go. It makes it so much more confusing. Now after this, they kind of get into more of the suspect at the front door and everything in his appearance, and we've kind of, you know, went over that tremendous. Justin investigates, welcome in. Yeah, feel free if you want to restream. No issues at all. Now this is interesting. This is an old one too. And I remember this guy went silent. We should try to find this guy. I need to talk to the YouTubers and see if we can get this guy on camera. But this is the actual man. He's the president of the HOA in Nancy's neighborhood. And he's also, I guess, friends with, or he's a neighbor of Nancy. This guy might be one of the ones, you know, that's put up the, like he's close with somebody that he's getting all these ordinance passed. But listen to this. This is from 3 months ago, but we're going back. I forgot about this guy.
Well, people could not be more upset, more surprised, more disturbed. And our organization, you know, was immediately in touch with our constituents with an email blast asking them to cooperate and help get started on the Ring camera search and actually to, you know, keep an eye out. A lot of people up here walk a lot in this neighborhood. And so everybody, I believe, has been totally aware of this and kept their eyes out.
There were several reports. I know the sheriff said he was investigating that in the past month or two, people in that neighborhood had reported trespassers. Do you know anything about that?
I do not. I have not heard that.
Yeah, describe this neighborhood for people who haven't been there. I lived in Arizona. I know this neighborhood a little bit, but describe it because it's really special.
Oh, she lived in Arizona. I don't know. Did she go to school here?
Yes, I would say it's really special. It's it's about 2,700 feet altitude. It's right at the foothills of the mountains, Catalina Mountains, that go up to near 10,000 feet. And it's, there's a lot of space between the houses. It's not like other residential areas in other parts of the country, as you can see from your great aerial there. And, you know, people don't.
There it is. There is the top view from Nancy's house. And people say when they see the neighborhood, it gives them. Yesterday, I was watching, I think it was JLR stream, and they got some, somebody dropped some food off, and the delivery driver said he got goosebumps going into Nancy Guthrie's standing. Like, it's weird.
Have normal yards, very little grass, primarily saguaro, prickly pear.
Right, but because of that, because the houses are beautiful but spaced far apart, nobody seems to have heard or seen anything, plus the fact that officials believe this happened in the middle of the night. I mean, it's dark and it's quiet there in the middle of the night.
This is correct. I would like to add the one thing to that. It's dark because people here in this community in particular cherish the night sky. And we don't have streetlights, not because out of some fear, but we don't have
Well, at this point, you might want to put a couple around the neighborhood or at least make it a gated community. If this was my community, I would be getting everybody together and saying, look, everybody needs to put up 500, $1,000, whatever it is. If you can't afford it, that's okay. But who can put some money together so we can get our community gated?
Street lights.
Now, that's not going to stop it, but it's a deterrence. They can make this, and it would help their housing value.
Because of wanting to have the night sky, and because astronomy is a really important part of our University of Arizona, and you know, it hurts the telescopes if you have a lot of street lights.
Did you know, Nancy?
It's not going to hurt the dang telescopes if you put a couple street lights up. I'm sorry, guy.
Nancy Guthrie or any members of the Guthrie family?
Sorry.
I did not know them, no. But Nancy's children went to all the same public schools my children went to. They're approximately the same age, but not quite the same class. So, you know, they know who they are. They have friends who are friends.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone. And you.
The lights, and that's the thing is, like, you know, did the neighborhood get together and, you know, what's their new safety plan for the neighborhood? If they're being lied to that this was actually a burglary gone wrong, you know, what have they done to make their neighborhood more protected? I have no idea, but let's check the latest on Nancy Guthrie X. So it looks like JLR just posted 13 minutes ago. Sun is going down, quiet and peaceful. So here is a live photo from Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood. Look at the chains. Look at, you want to see the chains? Those are the chains. This is just, he just posted this video 13 minutes ago. That, if anyone's missing what's going on there, that is exactly, they got a chain and they got a new cone in front of the house with a sign. So that is what is happening in the neighborhood. Checking the latest on X, see what's going on. Anything new? No, nothing new. Looks like Brian Inton does have a new video out. If you guys want to go check that out. Dad's gone live. He found animal bones, coyote, javelina, rabbit, but no signs of human remains. Now, this is what people are talking about. Shout out to Daphine's case files. She's been covering this case, and she posted this house. This is the house right in Nancy's neighborhood, probably the closest construction in her neighborhood that's been going on. And I'm curious to see if they've possibly interviewed any of the construction workers or investigated them. But she says, the more I find out, Nancy Guthrie neighborhood keeps getting more interesting. This house, which is across the street from the one being built, is an Airbnb. Makes one wonder. With 8 homes that I only know of, imagine if the perp was staying at one of these houses one being built on 6010 Camino Escalante. So I guess there's a house also Airbnb for $2,054. Is that a night? That's crazy if that's for a night. Oh, what's this? Caffeine's case files. You have a new video 2 hours ago. Everybody go give her a follow. Caffeine's case files. Let's put this video on. I hope she doesn't mind. We're going to just give a little sample so you can get some new followers over there. They probably already follow you. But here she is, Daphne. She comes into the chat a lot of times.
I have a lot to go over today with you. So check this out. FBI wanted the assessor to look into these particular homes, yet the assessor is scolded out by Sheriff Chris Nanos.
All right, that's what someone was just talking about in the chat. The dinner is at 8 p.m. I am heading out there in a little bit. I'm going to get the court going. I got it all planned out. Okay, I'll check Alex's post out. Now, this is Daphne's case files. If you want to give her, she was in the chat the other day. Give her a follow. I'm going to do a little tease. I'm going to tease right now. We're going to watch this. It's a 26-minute video, a little bit of it. And then you guys can go to her channel and watch the rest. All right. That's how we do it. But shout out to Daphne's. Make sure I pronounce it right. Daphne's Case Files on YouTube.
And this just doesn't make any sense to me. What's so interesting in Nancy Guthrie's neighbors that the FBI needs to talk to the assessor about it? Also, this particular house that was for rent, and allegedly 3 people moved out of there around the same time that Nancy disappeared. Now, this home
That is
that's
suspicious.
for rent, it's been for rent for a while. So there's been a lot of tenants in and out of this house. And the current owners, they live in California since they owned it, and they've only owned this home since 2018. So it looks like maybe they purchased it just to like rent it out. There's an Airbnb literally on the same street as Nancy's. Yeah, an Airbnb. Could the perps had actually stayed here? And also more police presence. They were called out the other night, Sunday night to be exact, in Nancy's neighborhood. One person actually got a ticket for being out in Nancy's neighborhood. What is actually going on here? Welcome to Daphne's Case Files. I am your host, Daphne. Make sure you click that little bell right here. That way you're always notified when I upload new videos. Okay, check this out.
Hey, thank you. And that's a good point. If you guys could hit the bell on my videos channel as well, so you're notified, that is awesome. Thanks for the reminder. I just put the link to her video. We're going to watch a little bit of this. Yeah, I'm going to be heading out to the dinner here shortly. I am going to be heading out to the dinner. So let's get this playing, and then I put the link so you can watch the rest later. But actually, I kind of wanted to fast forward to that part. But let's get to this. Here we go.
FBI has been talking to the assessor's office there in Pima County. And they have been asking about certain homes there in the neighborhood. And this kind of sparked my attention. Why would the FBI be wanting to talk to the assessor? Now, of course, because the assessor knows when, all about the properties there in the area. So that's why the FBI would want to go and speak to them, because there's homes that they are interested there. Let's take a look into this. Okay, so check this out. This
This
is
is
the Pima County
information.
assessor.
Interesting.
Her name is Suzanne Droby or Druby. I apologize if I'm not saying it correctly. And I'm just going to read this to you. We're going to go over just a few things before we really dig into this. So you remember when Sheriff Nanos scolded her, and we'll go to that in just a minute. Well, I looked up some information the other day, and this would be Nancy's house. And it says appraisal date was on, of course, January 2nd, 2025. And it was processed on January 2nd, 2025. Now, I know that the assessor can, just do this automatically. So I don't.
This is what she's talking about. Is the assessor is the person obviously in charge of like all the properties, like information, like who owns what. And the FBI, I guess, approached her, and then the assessor let the sheriff know, and the sheriff got really angry that she worked with the FBI to get him this information.
Know if Nancy actually went and had her home appraised or not, unless I actually write the assessor and get that information. Anyway, so this would be Nancy's information regarding her house, and this is the head of the assessor's office. Now, look at this. To say Druby's, which is the woman I just showed you, her office maintains a comprehensive records on hundreds of thousands of real and personal property parcels in Pima County, including the Catalina foothills where Miss Nancy Guthrie lived. This data is commonly useful in missing persons abduction cases for purposes such as, and what I'm about to read to you is, this is why the FBI wanted to speak with her. Now, it goes on to say, because of this, they want to identify properties owned or associated with persons of interest, suspects, or their relatives or / acquaintances. It could also be mapping our neighborhood or nearby properties for canvassing, surveillance checks, or hidden locations. That's interesting, right? They could also be cross-referencing ownership histories, tax records, or other details that could generate leads on movements, potential hideouts, or connections in this area. An Arizona County assessor says she was scolded by the sheriff overseeing the search for Nancy Guthrie after her office sent a tip about the case to the FBI. So I want you to comment down below. What kind of tip would the assessor had found out that she could send to the FBI? Comment down below. I want to hear your thoughts. In my opinion, she had found out something shady was going on with one of these homes in the area. I could be wrong, but that's how I see it. Anyhow, it says Miss Guthrie, 84. She is believed to have been abducted from her home in the Catalina foothills neighborhood on February 1st, which we know. It goes on to say the official, Suzanne Druby, told the Arizona Republic that the sheriff scolded her after the tech people in her office, which is responsible for property records in Pima County, sent data to the FBI. So it was inferred that we were creating a lot of additional work for the sheriff's department. Up next, Airbnb on the same street that Nancy lives on.
Now that is something they need to look into. That's been speculation. Hopefully they have, and this is the people they would talk to is who owns the house. The FBI would need to go to the assessor. They could probably find out on their own, but maybe they're looking at multiple houses. This is Daphine's case files, new details about
And there's a couple
the
more
house in the
right
neighborhood.
in the vicinity of her home. Let's take a look at that. I'm just going to show you these screenshots real quick, and then we're going to go actually over to the Airbnb's website. So these were the first two that I had found, and they're close to this North Campbell Ave. And if you remember correctly, I know that.
I mean, that's not necessarily in Nancy Guthrie's exact neighborhood. It's close, but it's not in this vicinity right here. But it would be considered her neighborhood, but not her close neighborhood.
You know that this name sparks a lot of bells. Like it makes a lot of bells in your head go off because the FBI was out here searching. Here is Nancy's street.
Good point, though.
North Camino Escalante. So you could basically come out here, right here to this Camino La Zorella and make a right. And then you have your Airbnbs right there. Now check this one out. And this one I'm very, very concerned of. See the road right here, North Camino Escalante. And there's the house. Where's Nancy's house? How far is Nancy's from here? Well, I'm going to show you. Let's take a look at this. Check this out. And this right here is our Airbnb. The one I literally.
I'm going to pause it here because actually, let me just rewind this because I remember when I was there at Nancy's house the first week. It's maybe dumb, maybe stupid of me. I didn't think of it. But there's Nancy's. I actually remember seeing a moving truck backed up to this house, everybody. I'm not joking. I remember when they moved out. It was a big old white truck, and it was backed up. Now, I don't know if they were, but I remember it was during the first week or two. I don't know which. I didn't think anything of it. Now I feel stupid about it. I should have thought more about it. But I remember seeing a white moving truck backed up into one of these houses on Nancy Street. I'm kicking myself now. I am not. I'm just saying I don't think they loaded Nancy in there. No, but it was just parked at a house, backed up into one of these houses. And we weren't speculating on neighbors. I mean, I guess we should have been at that point. I mean, I really should have been. Anybody who came there, I should have been taking pictures. And so I've really been kicking myself in the butt. But I remember seeing a white moving truck, a big one too.
Where's Nancy's house? How far is Nancy's from here? Well,
it's exactly about where it was.
Let's take a look at this. Check this out. And this right here is our Airbnb, the one I literally just showed you. If you remember correctly, across the street from this particular Airbnb, there's a home being built here, like a brand new home. Now, you can't see it from the aerial view, but if I clicked on the road right here, you could see it. So look at this. And we'll make sure to go to November 2025. And that is our home that is being built. I think they might be done with it already, but I'm not sure. And that is our Airbnb right there. This is our home right here. That is the Airbnb. Now, let's look to see how close this is to Nancy's. You guys are going to be shocked. House And I will circle these with red circles as well. So here's our house. Gonna back up some. So if you just, this is Camino Escalante, same road as Nancy's. Here is Nancy's house right here. You can literally see Nancy's from down the road right there. Right there. And here is the Airbnb. So that is really close, you guys. What do you think about that? Up next, more police called into
All right,
Nancy's
everybody.
actual
We are
neighborhood.
going to skip ahead here to this next part where she actually goes into the Airbnb. But I just want to show you, I guess there's photos of the actual house, people when they moved out. It was listed on May 7th on Camino El Granado. Wow, so this house that she's talking about on Granado originally sold in 1999 for $225,000. And now it's probably worth like 600,000 or 700,000. So go ahead. I'm going to put the link to her page to finish watching. If you guys go watch the full video, shout out to Daphine's Case Files. Let's get this out of here. Remove this. All right, let's check the chat where everybody's at. People are asking, am I going to the dinner? Yes, I am getting ready to head out very shortly to see the fellow YouTubers. And shout out to Mab. If you don't follow Mab, give him a follow. Love the Mab show. I hear he's going to the Crime Con. So if you get a chance, say what's up to Mab. Sounds like he was in the ocean today. So hope you're not too beat up from the waves. Mab. 5'7". Yep. Definitely gonna enjoy that. All right, sorry, I'm multitasking here. I am multitasking. 2 vacations in a row. Yep, that's what you got to live life, man. Enjoy it. Hope you have fun. Maybe meet you one day at the next Crime Con next year. I know they do it once a year. Yeah, if you guys want, I'll send you a link, and when you guys are down there, you can we can do a little show and you can do a tour. And a lot of people, a lot of the community in the chat, even though a lot of people won't go or just can't go, it's kind of awesome to see it in the eyes of others. So feel free. So I'm going to play this real quick as we're is it playing? No, I guess it's not. I guess things are breaking on me now. So that might be the sign. That might be the sign. But guys, we have this stream ready to go into court. I want to have hopefully all you guys stick around for a little bit, even if it's for 5 minutes. But I am going to start the court right now. If you haven't been to court, come over and say hi to everybody in court. I'm going to start that stream right now, so you probably got the notification. But thank you guys again for tuning in. Hopefully bringing some perspective. You guys saw how confused I am with the different theories. That's how everybody is. We got multiple theories, but the main thing is we're keeping the hope alive for victims. Right now, Nancy is the number one topic, but there's lots of victims. So thank you guys. Shout out to all the super chatters, all the people who hit the like button. Just in adding their opinion, right? That's all that matters, is that you guys are here. We're a community, all the YouTubers. You cannot divide us. We are united. So thank you, everybody. Enjoy your night. Hopefully you already found that comfy spot and you're chilling in the chair. But I have court ready. Mab, come over and check out court. Come check out court, Mab, just for a little bit. Thank you guys. I will maybe see you later, or I'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to have the scanner up as well. Catch you later. And thank you guys, all the mods. Everybody, shout out to the mods. Thanks for all your help. To Pretty Little Clues for coming on the show today. Thank you. And all the super stickers. I really appreciate it. Pooya, Leanne, Cinco X5, Adrian, Amanda, Adrian, Darlene, Amanda, Darlene, and then we had a couple new members join, Rebel, Granny B, and also the super Adrian again. Thank you. Hold on, guys. Once I hit end, it's going to automatically take you to the new stream. So hold on. Come check out court. So have a good night, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace and love. Catch you on the next one.